down. We do have a work session agenda here before us that was posted online, so we did have that posting. Presiding is myself, Seth Damon, Speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. We did call this work session to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call at this time, and then just we can go from there. Um, I know we're recording now, so we're ready to go. Again, good morning to everyone listening in, Mr. President, Vice President, uh, to all the staff on the executive side, on the legislative side, to all our Madam Chief Justice and associate judges over there on the judicial branch side, and to the employees, good morning. All the chapters out there, good morning. If you're listening in to, again, I know we'll be talking about some of the questions that you were talking about and answers you were asking, not only on the agency council meetings last week, but about home site leases. So we'll be covering that today. So again, thank you for everyone joining us here this morning. We do have a roll call coming forth, and then after that, we'll go ahead and go into. Well, hold on real quick. Let me check. Then I think we have an invocation that was completed either at Law and Order Committee or at the Health, Education, Human Services Committee this morning. And then we'll go ahead and recognize the guests and visiting officials. Then we'll discuss the work session, the purpose, and then move forth. And I'll turn the floor over to Mike, Mr. Holona, and Ms. Yazzie. And then after that, we'll continue on to Honorable Vince James this afternoon. We do have these work sessions. Putting the back, I just want to say thank you to Chief Paul Sanchaco and his team for allowing executive to be aboard with this so that we go ahead and work collaboratively together on these ARPA funds. Good morning, Chief, if you're listening in, Yate. And then also with that, good morning to our Chief of Staff too. And then good morning to all the employees. Josie, you ready? Let's go do a roll call.
Morning, committee members. Elmer Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Key Allen is present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay is present. Honorable Amber Kineswa Crowdy. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Freeland's here, sorry.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Ricky Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Yellow hair's on the line.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable
Otto
Nathaniel
Silva.
Brown. Honorable Otto Silva is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels. Honorable Paul Begay. I'm sorry, Honorable Pernell Lona. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Thomas Walker. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, including yourself.
Thank you very much for that. Getting roll call. We have 6 members present on the line this morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much again for being with us this morning. Colleagues, we did have an invocation this morning from Honorable Wanika that was there at the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee meeting. He did set the foundation and prayed for not only the council, but also for the nation and putting that foot forward. So thank you very much in that recognition, Honorable Edison Wanika, for doing that invocation for us. So with that, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue to move on. With that, we are on item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Colleagues, any recognitions this morning, guests and visiting officials? If there are none, let's continue to move on. We do have our item number 3 is our work session topics. Again, that's just an introduction purpose. Throughout the past almost, I would say, month and a half now, we've been having these work sessions to get as much information as the Speaker's office can get to members of the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti committee so that they're well prepared and diverse and understanding what needs to be done and what are the big priorities of the nation when it comes to recognizing some of the federal funds that'll be coming down shortly. But in that, there's also that discussion of internal processes. And this is one of those areas that we're going to be talking about. I know that there's different subjects and topics when we talk about Navajo Nation homesite leases, the process, if there's actual ways to waiver this, if there's ways to move around this, because there's a lot of our Navajo families out there who have not gone through the process, who are living on the nation but still haven't applied or haven't just gone down to basically fill out the paperwork and get things done to get themselves a homesite lease. And in some cases, it's not their fault too, as well as these areas, or in some cases, it falls back on probate or falls back on disagreements on the property. So I know that there's still some issues out there internally with the organizational process, but I think the methodology is clearly set there. And I know Mr. Mike Colonna and Ms. Arena Yazi will get into more of that. But today's work session is specifically to understand more about the home site leases. As we all know, was amended recently, but also in taking into content if there's any possibilities to help families right now that don't have home site leases with these ARPA funds, whether, let's say, give an example, are these individual families eligible for bathroom additions? Are they eligible for power line hookup? Just for the fact that at this time that they don't have a home site lease complete, or maybe it's going through the process and it's not there yet. So with that, that's one of the big discussion items we're going to be discussing this morning with the home site leases. And then after that, we're going to be going on to understanding a little more in-depth detail on legislation 0023-21. And that's the legislation that's sponsored by Honorable Vince James and the individuals to help assist the local community in the Ganado Fire District to purchase fire trucks and allocating a funding of a little over $2.6 million. I know that there was questions on that legislation and they wanted to have a work session on it. So we'll go ahead and dive deeper into any further discussion that we have on that for Honorable Vince James. I know that he had a couple delegates on yesterday with Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Supervisor, I guess. I keep getting the counties from New Mexico, Arizona. In New Mexico, they're called county commissioners, and Arizona, they're called supervisors. So I know that we had Supervisor Elton Shepard, my former colleague on the 23rd Navajo Nation Council, and on the line yesterday. And he is the one that I guess did do some deliberation with some of our colleagues yesterday. So I hope we can get Mr. Shepard back on the line today so we can go ahead and ask him some of these further questions that colleagues that you might have in detail. So with that, let's go back up to item number B. Without any further questions or anything, colleagues, we are having a presentation by the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, particularly the Navajo Nation Land Department, from the director there, Mr. Mike Alona, and then also from the General Land Development Department from Ms. Elrina Yazi. I will go into their presentation, and then from their presentation, we'll come back and I'll open up the floor, colleagues, to yourself and move on there. Good morning, Honorable Freeland. I can see you there. And good morning to everyone again, everyone else. Did we have a presentation that was sent by Mr. Alona?
Speaker.
We haven't had a present. We don't have a presentation from Mr. Alona. So if he has a presentation, we'll see if he's going to send that out, or we'll see what he has going on from there. Honorable Freeland, did you have anything else to add on?
Thank you, Speaker Arashnat. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, in one of our work sessions, I wanted to ask if we could include maybe on one of the agendas our Eastern Agency Council, Executive Council, to give a presentation on their input as far as the executive team and maybe other agencies as well. If there's an opportunity to hear from our leadership this week, if we can place them on the agenda for just maybe towards the end of the agenda or something, really want to request that, Speaker, my colleagues, if that's fine. Thank you.
Honorable Freeland, I have no problem with that. If I know tomorrow, today we're talking about home site leases and then into Honorable James's legislation. I don't know if we'll have enough time for them to put something together today, but tomorrow I know that is the only Navajo Nation Council, or actually Naabik'íyáti committee work session tomorrow, and that is for the rest of the week. And tomorrow is going to be we are going to be discussing housing from updated plans from Division of Community Development, the veterans, and then elaborate plans from Navajo Housing Authority. If we can't fit them in there tomorrow, we'll reach out with them. Who do we reach out to, Honorable Freeland? Or would you just work with yourself?
Speaker, thank you. Yeah, I'm here at Standing Rock chapter. My chapter president, Mr. Johnny Johnson, is the agency council president. So he would be the contact, and if I can contact or have the staff contact him but if there's a way we can hear from Eastern as well as the other 4 agencies as well, it's really important that we hear from the local leadership. But even Mr. Johnson said next week would also be okay. Speaker, thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Freeland, we can squeeze them in there sometime next week. We'll look at the calendar and we can go from there.
Jonah, thank you, Speaker, colleagues.
Oh, with that, it looks like we do have a presentation from Honorable, the most Honorable Mike Colonna. Mr. Colonna did send that out. We're sending that out again, colleagues, right now. So without further ado, Mr. Colonna, let me go ahead and turn the floor over to you this morning. Good morning.
Speaker, this is Delegate James on the line.
Good morning, Honorable
in
James. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. We are in HESI's executive session and then LOC's work session as well.
Okay, I did recognize those two on the call earlier, Honorable James.
Thank you.
Did you have any comments, Honorable James, before I turn it over? Or are you okay?
I'm good. We'll just wait until we are up. Thank you.
Okay, all right, Honorable James. That, Mr. Colonna, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker. Rojat Ethan. That's not based on the Senior 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yat Ethan, not Ani. And then all staff and other leaders, the local government leaders across the nation. Good morning. Ado Hunshitachi, Mike Colonna, that's it. Le Tohachi, Hodieda, AIC. Ado Nenslin, but uninslong, a sheep, a sheen, Tor Hunter, Naabik'íyáti, that's it. What are Nenslin? ADC, Hakoshito, Nereba Hinsendo, the Nebchihati, Asto, Nanhidnitin, the Koja Kaya had Sohi, Ho one Ben Ye, Kaya had Sohil, Halet Adyado, Hata Adyado, Ehit Abba has Ani, Dadyado, had Abakitaski. Esiba has net or latest. Ado Shikana, Logishin, Sto A. Ms. Ellerina Yazzie, Department Manager for the General Land Development Department. Asati. What Abasna has sto hatan what Chetash Nisto, Ian Dad Nation up in Italy. So again, good morning to everyone, and I hope everybody has the presentation that we sent out. If not, then maybe we can email. We can get an email to you so you can follow along the presentation as we get started. I want to kind of just set the stage and talk about, first of all, the whole focus this morning is going to be about Homesite lease on trust lands and on fee lands. At the end, we'll talk about how the allotments is addressed for Homesite lease and Homesite lease, residential lease, and how did they do that, and where did they go to get their residential lease for allotments? So I just wanted to make sure I made that clear, so we don't get confused in the process. And so when we get started, the second slide, the first slide is just the presentation slide. The second slide, I always ask people, when did Homesite leases become mandatory, or when did Homesite leases become required? And usually I get in the 1970s and everything else, but in actual, the tribal Navajo Nation, the Navajo Tribal Council established Homesite permitting in 1953. And so that year is very important because that's when the Navajo Land Department was also established in 1954. You'll also notice that soon after, the NTUA, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, was also established. So that's a very important date to remember, back in the early 50s. So council actually developed the need and the council gave the authority to the advisory committee to be able to oversee and withdraw lands and set aside lands for communities and for home site purposes, and that the district councilmen in the areas were responsible for giving consent at the time. They were the district councilmen were the individuals that gave consent and approvals for home sites. Then, of course, BIA, the area director, would then also at that time would provide surveys, and they would stake out the area that was assigned to individual families, and the procedures was established by the advisory committee at that time. Soon after 1954, the advisory committee was given the authorization to issue home site permits in 1954. And at that time, they focused on home site purposes in areas for that we were calling developed areas like Tuba City, Kayenta, Chinle, Midi Farm, Shiprock, Fort Defiance, Tohatchi, Ganado. Those were the communities that were developing at the time in the early 50s. And that's where they were starting to issue permits, because people were coming from all different parts of the nation for work in those communities. You had schools being developed. BIA was in those areas. And so people were coming from not outside of the established communities. And so they were given home site permits and designated areas. Slide 4, then 1958, the advisory committee expanded the authority to issue home site leases now. And now comes the word lease. Before it was the permit. Lease in 1958. And that's when it went to outside established town sites. So that means outside of all the other communities that they covered before. And they opened it to the other areas, and the policy was to govern and granting loans for construction of homes, as adopted by the advisory committee, and also to locate the restricted lands located within established home town sites. And so then those procedures had to be developed. So that was as early as 1958 when the leases, home site leases started. The next slide, 5, the home site lease application. 1958, you can see it was the Department, the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Navajo Agency, and the Navajo tribe that had a very basic, simple application as to when and who and their ages and their census number. We're filing for a home site lease, and that they agreed that they would build homes according to standards, and the sanitation was also a concern for sewer systems, septic tanks were supposed to be implemented. So the applicant agreed to a lot of the criteria that was established in those applications early on. Go to slide 7, and then if you go to B, where the yellow arrow is pointing in the application, it's really clear that this land will be leased for a term of 25 years. With an option to renew for another 25 years for as long as for use for as long as the home site is made beneficial use by the tribal resolutions and regulations and land code legally adopted by the Navajo tribe, it says. Slide 8 also talks about the improvements. And it is understood and agreed any improvements which shall be deemed, including all buildings, structures, fixtures, equipment, resting on the land, shall become part of the land, and only possessory rights retained herein. So that is one of the reasons why they started the leasing, is so they individuals could have ownership of what was being built by them on the land. Ako benin na siya shijiston ni kiki di shishagan don ledo edo ledo ashla at shijiston ni kiki hota naso because get on les hota nido sin hota ta ila. And so now we go to slide 9. And, when you look at, we always hear about streamlining, it's too long. In 1958, you had the district councilmen, 2 of them had to sign off on your application. The district grazing committee chair had to sign off on your application. The Office of Land Use and Survey had to sign off. The sub-agency superintendent had to sign off. And then it went before the advisory committee, and they'd have to approve it, and then it would go to the chairman of the Navajo Tribal Council to approve it, and then it went to the general superintendent of Navajo Agency. The end that you were able to get a lease once you got all those signatures back then, and so you can tell already we've made considerable changes over the years of developing the streamlining of what has transpired over the years. And in 1958, there's the first lease that was issued. And on 11, it talked about the lease subject to cancellation and forfeiture. If any time during you're not using it, it's supposed to be terminated. And again, if you go to line 6, underline, it talks about the parties that the leasee shall have parental interest in all of the lease improvements to enjoy the normal incidence and ownership respect hereto. So that was important. The second was that since 1958, the annual fee for a home site lease was $1. And it had to be paid in advance or before January 31st of each year. And then your lease was executed. And then fast forward, moving up to about 1987, as you can see in that chart, various different changes were made in the process. The district grazing committee was taken out. The resource committee took place. Of the advisory committee, an application would be done, a field clearance would be done. They would go out and do a site investigation. There will be a chapter resolution. And then resource committee, if there was no controversy, they had 120 days to approve the lease. After that was done, then a survey could be done. And back at that time, the nation had surveyors employed within the department. In each agency, there were survey crews that were going out and providing surveys for home site leases. And then after the lease was processed, it had, it went through this tribal administration, resource justice department, chairman of resources, and then it went to the agency for approval. Property management, they would record it, and BIA got a copy, the home site section got a copy, the lessee got a copy, and the Southwest Title Plant in Albuquerque got a copy of the executed lease. If you look at the bottom part, it talks about the applicant's responsibility to obtain written consent from permittees or individuals residing in the area and an approved chapter resolution before submitting their home site lease application. So somewhere we added, in the early 80s or 70s, we added consent from grazing permittees. And they had other individuals that reside in the area, as well as the chapter, to get that approval for even to submit your application. If you go to slide 14, You'll see that was the very first regulations that were really put in place. Call them policy and procedures for home site leases. And then after 1993, they also changed the home site lease flowchart. You submit the application. They remove the chapter going before. Le handat leo aden ya jagato ade eke ya cheke ado nehandija o ashinko atni edo ta hola hadan shijit o jige hojin hunkedo da ni senda ta nishin hodlon da itan. So it was really dependent if you could persuade the chapter and the community voting members to either approve your application for a home site lease, or they could oppose you getting a home site lease. So those changed, and then the resource committee was taken out of the review. The application process for approval, and then they gave the authority to the land department to be able to issue home site lease for signature and approval for the Navajo Nation. Slide 16, this shows the resolutions. Slide 17 kind of has a table of contents of what was the policy procedures that was first drafted, talking about the authority, the purpose, eligibility, what the local grazing official's responsibility is. And that's when they set up the policy that grazing officials will be the ones that provide information to the applicant as who the grazing permittee is. And that was their job, was to appoint the grazing permittees and who they were. And then he would sign on the consent form that he acknowledged that the correct permittees were contacted and that they had signed. And then it talked about the procedures, the assignments. If you want to give your lease to someone else, you assign that over to them. Mortgaging was really important because that's where we put in the default clause for a lot of lenders didn't know how to loan money for home construction on Navajo Nation. But with the new default laws and put in place, and for them to have a due process that was put in. How do we modify the resolution? How do you relinquish? What abandonment? How do you handle objections? And so all the terms, renewals, annual fees, amendments was put in place in 1993. So now moving fast forward, all that time we went through all those processes, and then of course the leases would be signed by Navajo Nation. Then it went to BIA. And then the Asian store and not the Kato High Gelato Dasin de Kato that's in the Ado da Chini that's Adona says no. After 1970 Antiquities Act came available, Adona says it and that Kato le has in this no. What it would be being see nothing. So up to that point, we had BIA approving all our leases. In 2020, Navajo Nation through Congress had the Navajo Nation Leasing Act of 2000 approved by Congress, which allowed the Navajo Nation to develop a general leasing regulation and primary review process for surface land leasing without prior approval of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So that act was very important for the Navajo Nation to take over that responsibility. And, and the whole purpose was to establish and streamline processes for the Navajo Nation to lease trust lands. And that was the whole intent. Ako ay ado ani nani trini ani has ani na to ani be landa ilito. Jo ay hota in Le Washington the ein khai ilado yin ke ni kaigo hota be las or Navajo Nation Leasing Act of 2000. That's what. And so we didn't utilize the leasing ability until about 2005 when the business site leasing regulations were developed for Navajo Nation. You have to streamline the business site leasing process to spur economic development on the Navajo Nation. Washington, the Nebo Washington, and Hibelanda, Ado has what Ako 8 Kingston, Ado lad, Adad Indole. No, yeah, Adad Netole. No, what are yeah, so the business site leasing of 2005. So then in about 2006, 2007, we started looking at the old 1993 policies and procedures for home sites. And we started drafting the new proposed home site lease regulations that could fit in the Navajo Nation Leasing Act. So we started drafting the home site lease regulations in 2008, 2009, 2010. Many work sessions we had with previous, the 22nd, 23rd Council on the home site lease regulations, chapter officials, various conferences and DNR expos. Land Department had its own summits and opened up for comment. So we did a lot of that outreach. And then in about 2010, we just put it on hold. And we thought, and the reason why was this leasing act. We decided why are we just doing home site leasing? You know, if we're going to do some regulations, perhaps we should do regulations and get approval for all the surface leasing that we are wanting to have authority over. Home site lease regulations, so 2010 we started what's called now the Navajo General Leasing Regulations. And so that was 2010, 2011. 2011, Washington, D.C. went to BIA for money to help us develop the regulations and to implement those regulations. They sent us to USDA. Go talk to USDA. They have some rural development money. Minerals, so Senator Heinrich's office in New Mexico, and then Hakon Hidini or Abayahi. Did on the Hit Ado did Ada is Netanits and been ye data, but no. And there John left in Chicago was done, the cases, and he brought forth what's called the Hearth Act. He said, I'm working on what's called the Hearth Act. Draft on Ebadan sauce. What's that? I don't know, but not that the Hoda Iliago. Draft as Hoda Iliago. If you go to slide 19, then in 2013, October 2013, Navajo Nation Council passed the general leasing regulations. And that bill was as enabling legislation requesting the Secretary of Interior to give the Navajo Nation the authorization to approve all surface leases and permits, excluding minerals. And the regulation will apply to all leasing permits on Navajo Nation authorized under the Navajo Nation Leasing Act, which is codified as 25 USC 415A and 415E, and of course 635A. And then what we said was we want to take over leases for the development and utilization of natural resources, renewable energy leases for wind and solar, agricultural leases, telecommunication site leases, leases for public, religious, educational, recreational, and residential purposes. And business site leasing is authorized pursuant to separate regulations approved by the Secretary. Of course, that's what was developed in October 2013, approved by Council. November 2013, President Shelley took the regulations to Washington to the Secretary of Interior, Sally Jules, at the time. If you go to slide 20, before that approval happened, the Hearth Act that Senator Martin Heinrich from New Mexico was working on, and the Hearth Act was for helping expedite and advance responsible tribal home ownership. That's what the act was for, was to speed up housing development in Indian country. How do we do that? And so when he saw the Navajo Nation general leasing regulations, and so the Hearth Act passed in 2012, and a lot of the tribes, all the tribes in the U.S. were able to have the ability to take over their own leasing, and they just needed to develop their own regulations. So that's what happened. And then our general leasing regulations, the Navajo Nation's general leasing regulations, were in D.C. For several months. And then finally, in May of 2014, May 16th, 2014, after 3 months of calling and asking if there was any comments, is there any questions? Would you like us to redraft it? Is there certain language you want us to change? That we didn't have any questions. There was no comments. And the approval letter is what we received, notifying us that the Navajo Nation General Leasing Regulations of 2013 was approved. Leases for restricted lands for Navajo Nation is adopted by Navajo Nation Council is hereby approved. And so that took a lot of work from many, from council, from DNR, all the departments, DOJ, and drafting those general leasing regulations of 2013. So if you go to slide 20, so the U.S. government, through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, gave us their authority for surface leasing and permits per the regulations that they accepted. The only thing they kept was the rights of ways and the mineral site. Washington, so if you go to slide 23, that's the legislation that approved the general leasing regulation that is now codified in 16 NNC. Talks about the purpose, and the purpose was to give the Navajo Nation the authority to do our own leasing and permitting. and to be able to streamline the process, even the environmental review process. EAs, everything we did needed EA because you had a government action happening, which was BIA approving what any land conveyance that we were going to do needed EAs. And so when we drafted the regulations, the environmental review was a part of it. And we're also supposed to develop the enforcement of leases. And then the other part was developing those leases that were regulations that mentions in the Leasing Act. They'll be put in place, that the general regulations will be in place prior to any leases permits being approved under the authority of the Leasing Act. So whatever we developed, we had to develop regulations for it to be able to take over that authority. And in it was the environmental side. It mentions that an environmental reviewer had to be put in place. And the other purpose was self-determination, self-efficiency, of course. We wanted to also identify and implement processes, protect and preserve the Navajo Nation trust lands. Slide 24, slide 25 just has some of the definitions. And one of them for these regulations is the categorical exclusion. CADEX, means a category of actions which do not individually or cumulatively have a significant effect on human health or the environment and is therefore not subject to the environmental review process under Chapter 8 of these regulations. So that meant that with an environmental reviewer on board, we could now exercise our authority, as well as that our environmental reviewer had the ability and the responsibility to do compliance determinations, which is a CADEX type process. So our environmental reviewer can make those decisions and are able now to be able to handle our own reviews in-house and to be able to process aspects of all the leasing. And then we talk about the trust land aspects. And if you go to slide 26, I'm just going through this quickly. What the permit aspects are, significant impacts, what they are from the environmental side, has been adopted by the Department of Interior. The scope, again, is all of the uses that we issued leases on Navajo. All of those have been developed. And then if you take a look at B's, leases are mandatory for any short or long-term use of tribal trust land or where any permanent structure is fixed to or located on Navajo trust land. Okay, it is required. And so in 2016, the Division of Natural Resources established a new department called the General Land Development Department. And they're responsible for handling all the surface leasings according to the General Leasing Regulations of 2013. General Land Development, GLAD, GLDD, GLAD. Ako ya hariado na sot ya hariado do bechadnit ane has only bechadnit ane Washington bechadnit ane at does into do ya hariado do but ya ikaho as into list ikaho as into list ninigi pa nelia. So when the General Land Development Department was established, that's where the environmental reviewer is placed within that department. So that person has a huge responsibility to ensure that the general leasing regulations is followed by every entity and all uses on Navajo as we agreed to in our regulations that established the approval for Navajo Nation to take over the leasing from BIA. Okay, so now you go to, and we'll hear from Ms. Yazzie on those duties and what they do and how they handle. Now, going back to Homesite. So the Navajo Nation BIA used to approve all the leases. So after the general leasing regulations were submitted, we took out the Homesite lease regulations out of Hadasi. We blew the dust off of it, and we started again, and we said, now we need to adjust some things according to the general leasing regulations. We need to change some things. We need to add some more things. All the comments that we were getting, all the surveys that were being done at all the fairs, anywhere there was people gathering, we had booths, or people were out there making contact, explaining, receiving the comments of what they felt need to be changed for Homesite leasing. And then those regulations were approved by the Resource Committee in October 2016, the same month that the General Land Development Department was also established and their plan of operation was approved, October 2016. So we went to BIA and we said the first authority we are taking over now that we have a environmental reviewer in place. We have a department that's going to oversee the environmental review side of our leasing responsibility is established, and we are looking to take over the nation's approval authority on April 1st, 2017. And so some of the changes was that before then, our leases used to be for 65 years and still $1 that we started with in 1958. 2017, our new leases are now, the new regulations allows leases for 75 years and with an annual fee of $12 a year, $1 a month. And a lot of the comments that we received were on that is that we should be charging a lot more. We should be charging maybe $500 a year. And, we got all the numbers up to $1,500. They should be like property taxes. We got a lot of comments. And so, and then, we also got a lot of comments from the local individual chapter people. And, and they felt $12 or $1 a month was fair to be able to increase that. And so that was really important when we made that transition on April 1st, the first leases that went into effect, and then the regulations that also went into effect. And the whole purpose was to implement the general leasing regulations that authorized us to issue our own leases, be able to regulate the issuance and the amendments, the assignments, the termination of our leases, promote home ownership, and help the mortgaging side happen with our new leases. The Division of Natural Resource attorney was very helpful in making sure that the lessee's leasehold interest could be used to secure capital to develop private dwellings. And almost every day we have documents come to us from lenders that want us to sign off on the jurisdictional pages that they have, that we have jurisdiction over the location of where they are lending. There's someone's mortgaging a home, and so forth. So that is happening. And the other part we did with the regulations was to promote and encourage housing for public purposes, not only by the Navajo Nation or the tribally designated housing entity, but also subdivisions could be developed by either public or private or even nonprofit entities. So it's available for other entities such as your veteran housing that we've been hearing about. They have that ability to set up cluster homes and do master leases quickly for development, and it's a quicker process than what it was before. So let's go to slide 30, and that's the flow chart that I want to focus on this afternoon. Homesite lease and then we hear, of course, it took me 10 years, it took me 15 years. And so I just want to explain that the land department only has control over issuing the application and getting it to the hands of those individuals that want to get a home site. And then once they finish their side, then we come back into the approval side to process it. Okay, so once somebody wants to get a home site lease, they get the application, and the application gives them a step 1, step 2. It also gives them a list of things to consider. How close is the road to where you're getting a home site? Think about how you're going to get to your home site lease, your access. Case a tiny, not a teen lehegi or one teen lehegi. How will that be? How far is it going to be? The second thing we tell them is, where's the closest utilities? Where's the closest power lines and water lines, sewer lines? You want to get close to those infrastructure. Now, you need to think about that. Do you have cell service where you're at if you want to connect? So these are some of the things that we ask an applicant to consider when you're getting a home site lease. Auto application haters. The first forms is Form 3. Land Board out in Eastern Navajo. You take the consent form and your application to the grazing official or land board. And you tell them, I want to get a home site over there. They go with you over there. You tell them, this is where I want it. Out of the GPS unit, he puts down the coordinates, the Latin long on that GPS. Here's the center location of this home site lease. They put the coordinates in. We had to do that because of the complaints that we were receiving. The complaints were, now we have a land dispute. And so once we started doing GPS points, we haven't had that situation because now the other requirements can go to that GPS point and conduct the work that they need. So a grazing official then takes the consent form and says, these are the grazing permittees. And another thing that was changed with the previous RDC was a half-a-mile radius from that location. Because another issue was that And so then you pull out the application and you look at the consents, and then but we have no way of knowing where and how far those permittees' use area is. We leave that up to the grazing official and land board. And so resource committee then reduced that to just a half a mile. I said that they shouldn't need the consent. Well, the team need to help speed up the process. So after they get the consent form signed by the kind of grazing permittees, by the land board or grazing official, I acknowledge that the right individuals have signed. Then their consent is done by last name. That's where the challenge is now still. Before it was, how will this home site lease affect my grazing? You know, I don't want anybody living by me, near me, or where we live. We're saying no to everybody. We don't want no more houses. And it's usually their own close relatives. Sometimes it's their brother, their sister that's the permittee that won't sign, their aunt, uncle that won't sign, their father or mother that won't sign. So those are the issues that we have what's moving some of these home site leases past step one, the consent side. You got to consent for the home site lease. Then you had to go back and get the consent for electrical line. Then you had to go back and get the consent again for the water line. That's how it was before the regulations of 2016 were amended. You had to go get a consent for every infrastructure coming in. And so that was changed where you gave one consent for the home site lease. It included the access road, included water, included sewer line, utility lines, fiber, telephone, all that was included in that one. So that's all the leases that the Navajo Nation issues after April 1st, 2017, only needs one consent for all of them. For those others. But what if you got a home site lease in 2015? You only got consent for the home site. So now we're back to I'm not going to consent to my relatives because of disputes, whatever the issue may be. Then the other side is what else is needed. Okay, first is Fish and Wildlife. Fish and Wildlife has developed their biological resource compliance map. Some of you have seen them. They're color-coded: blue, purple, red, gray. Gray for communities. Red zone is the zone 1, where there are threat endangered species and plants. That was up to the 23rd Council Resource Committee. So they supported that biological clearance aspects of it. from Fish and Wildlife. So they have to get a biological resource compliance form to ensure that there's no impact to threatened endangered species and plants. Auto bakeo na e hananat hadi auto keo na e na saza nanat ka na saza do auto leg at natural da os inigi e. Now are we not only talking about nahasaza, but we're now talking about cultural, traditional properties. A quiet or the quiet jisness j quiet or the quiet is not the quiet or the should I enter ninigi a quiet now when I got asked. So now you have to have an archaeologist that does the survey, talks to the local people, find out if that site has any cultural or traditional set aside for that site. If it's clear, then you get a cultural resource compliance form. And that can cost anywhere. Before we had all the budget cuts, there was an archaeological department that provided art clearances for home sites and other projects at no cost. And based on Boston, Arjun does Nishan. I told Ahaskay. Saeya business law. We probably have a dozen Navajo tribal members running small businesses providing archaeological surveys now. Which is law ota handad so hatash ido na so sin lady ya hata yi jaho auto a cultural resource compliance form badad hadad had a quiet not so not dagi which is so once you get your cultural resource compliance form, that's part of the requirement. Keonet nana land survey hard luck kaya hard so halahun so halit out. You know that's is it a perfect square or is it kind of a rectangular shape? How do you want your lease? So up to an acre, ne? But in acre gi sanitation reasons, leach field, septic tank, auto ho waniki, auto ho wancho inigi hoche. Ho one was it at least Erota is garage, so what your shed about an acre for one family. So what yeah. It's not as lean. I could not nationally Edo could you a land department then again budget cuts over the years. We had a survey crew in each agency. Then it went to just 3 agencies. Then it went to 2. Then we had 1. Then we couldn't hire a registered land surveyor anymore because they get paid more working either independently or working for another firm. It's a long but I call budget cuts in we don't do any surveys. And that puts us in a bind because there's a lot of surveys that have errors that need to be corrected. Before they put a lot of these section corner monument cadastral survey hatnini in Lego clean loads of the no BLM, BIA, Navajo Nation had a tri-party agreement. We're going to provide the skills. The workers. BLM is bringing the equipment. BIA is going to supply people and money. On there, so through budget cuts again. Now we don't have that. The cadastral surveys have stopped on Navajo. There's probably about, I'd say, 30%, 40% of the Navajo Nation still unsurveyed. That means there is not a section corner at every section corner. I Dans a tennis show, they in that they used trees, they used all of those. Some of these rocks are now buried under 2-3 feet, but they dig them out. They still have the markings on them. Those areas where they put those brass caps in with the Navajo Nation seal right on top of those section corners, they use those to measure from there to the nearest point, so those surveys would be accurate. Some use BIA right-of-ways as their markers, but when you change the road or you widen it, you lose the marker, and now you have a survey that's off. It doesn't come out correctly anymore. That's very important to have that survey. You have to have a good survey plat that then somebody can go to and say, so now a lot of the tribal members are running small businesses. They're registered land surveyors. They're providing services to Homesite applicants, other projects, telecom towers. All of these are our own tribal members have open businesses providing services for surveys, because we're unable to do that from the government side. We don't have the funds anymore. Now, with as long as you get the biological clearance done, the cultural clearance done, the legal survey is done, you have the consents. Now you have all the documents. You pull it all back together, and then it comes to General Land Development Department. They go and review all this information, and they go on the maps and they find out where it is, because you have a legal survey. He punches it in, it takes him right to the location. Is it in a floodplain? Okay, no, his family is going to be safe. Are they close to a uranium, abandoned uranium mine? Is it a hot spot? If he's too close, he's going to say, no, you need to move that family further away from that location. So now we have to look out for the public safety and their health is a big concern. And that's what it says in the general leasing regulations, is that we're going to do that. We're going to take care of our people and not put them in harm's way. So those are still being worked out as to how far should they be. They still want to go move right next to those hot spots, live within the hot spots. So we have to, as long as we let them know, but we need to have them, more informed and have make a responsible decision for that. The environmental review, the Shinige is this home will be in a safe location. It's not impacting the environment, and has all in the water and that whole wash. You guys should clean that up, and don't start using that as the same your own landfill. They put conditional approval. So once the General Land Development Department environmental reviewer does the compliance determination, it's done. It comes back to land department. It goes to the department manager, the approvees on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Now we exercise our authority. Now the family has a lease, and now they're able to start developing their future with their family. So it's a very important aspect. What are the benefits of a home site lease? Number one, probate. Pahatin ho khela pita olela. Ado ade sa hodo she hoda shito ni di de ha. What are you probating? Not so set down no sha. So ain't there no a quite net been na sa hodlo. Not so that be non de hodo not at the con. A ko the judicial system then takes those documents and now can probate that and give it to the heirs and assign it to them. Now they use it. It also gives them the prestatory rights for land use and all the improvements developed on it. And it gives you those and it identifies it. For those that are following, I'm on slide 31. Number 3, it allows to enter into an agreement with utility companies for services. Service line agreement. That's what that lease will allow you to do, is enter into an agreement with a utility company for services. It also requires, when you need assistance from chapter veteran programs, wherever those funds are coming from, they want to know if there's a lease at the location where the funds are going. So there's different requirements. So it's very helpful. And of course, lease collateral for financing, mortgaging, at the leasehold interest. So let's talk a little bit. I know that there's a lot of question about, okay, these homes, how can we provide services to them really quickly? On slide 32 talks about the service line agreement. This is from the 25 CFR 16951, talking about service line. A service line usually comes off of a right-of-way, okay? So there's that word again, right-of-way. For Navajo Nation entities, it's the Tribal Access Authorization, the TAA. And they're able to now have a line that comes off of that main line, a transmission line, distribution lines to able to provide telephone, water, electric, gas, internet, other utilities to a house or to a business or other structure. So there's even voltage requirements. You can't be over that amount, or else you'd have to go up one step, which is about the type of voltage that you'd have to go to right away. So, and then higher voltage is for irrigation pumps, commercial, industrial uses will have a higher rate. And then when I get done to this, I'll turn the time over to Ms. Yalji. She can elaborate a little bit more on service lines and all the other aspects that support a home site, a resident. What is a service line agreement? It's an agreement between a utility landowners for the purpose of getting access, and it's for supply to owners or authorized occupants of one tract of tribal individually owned Indian lands. So this applies to allotments and trust lands, okay, with utilities for use by such owners or occupants. And so then the requirement comes back down again on 169.54. For a utility provider to begin work and construction, service line across tribal lands, okay, or a legally authorized occupant. That's how that permit and that lease satisfies the legal authorized occupancy requirement in these federal statutes of CFR. And then once they're done, then you file it with BIA after 30 days that we approve the right-of-way. So I mean the service line agreement. So I'm going to turn the time over to Ms. Yalji, and she can introduce herself and explain a little bit more of processing service line agreements and the rights of ways and to support the development for home sites and housing. Ms. Yazzie?
Thank you, Mr. Alona. Ms. Yazzie, on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Floor's yours.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ellerina Yazzie. I'm the department manager for the General Land Development Department. As Mike stated, he kind of talked a little bit about how our department was formed back in 2016. If you're not familiar with our department, we were the old project review that used to be under the land department. We had Howard Draper back in the day. We had Roger Paul that had worked under project review for over 30 years. They took care of all the leasing, permitting, rights of ways for the Navajo Land Department. In 2016, we had our plan of operations that was drafted, and we were developed as a new department known as the General Land Development Department. We went back and forth with the names, but when I first got hired, we were known as the General Leasing Office. And when the Navajo Nation General Leasing Regulations that Mr. Holona had talked about, I was given that the day I was hired, and I was told, we have this. Mike did a good job about explaining the history and the advocacy that they did to get the authority from the Bureau of Indian Affairs and for the nation to be able to process leases and permits on our own fee and trust lands. And from my understanding, it was about a little over 10 years for that. My job at the time was to create our internal tribal office. So we have the authority now. So how are we gonna operate that internally within the tribe? So that was a part of my job when I first got hired on back in 2016, and which was the primary reason that the General Land Development Department was created. So as Mike talked about, what we do with GLAD is we administratively process TAAs, the Tribal Authorization Access, rights of ways, leases, permits, service line agreements, and land withdrawals. And when I started back in 2015, when Howard Draper and the team was still here, what they did was they would process 164 documents, the Tribal Executive Review documents, through a paper manual system. What that means is that once they get their packet together, just like what Mr. Holona had explained to you all in terms of, your cultural, your biological, your survey, your consent, your chapter resolution, when applicants get that packet together, whether it's for a gas line, a water line, a lease, we do school leases, we do churches, we do telecommunication tower. So when they bring that application to us, we run it through the 164 process. Back in the day, we'll drop it off at Fish and Wildlife, we'll drop it off at HPD, we'll drop it off at any EPA, we'll drop it off at Minerals Department, at DOJ, at OPVP. Today, we operate off of an electronic system through Mr. Holona's GIS department and their Navajo Land Title Data System. We're able to use an electronic system now where all of one application is sent to all of the reviewers at the same time. And it has sped up the right-of-way process. It has a lot more accountability, a lot more transparency. We have a lot of applicants everywhere from NTUA to CDEC to Continental Divide, Hemus Electric, APS. So with running these through, at the time, we did simultaneously, going back to Homesite leases, at the same time we did we were trying to work on a same what we call module, electronic module for the Homesite leasing, and it was always a goal for the Navajo Land Department team to expedite, to streamline, to create accountability, to create transparency, because when we go out, we did a lot of outreach, especially when the home site lease regulations were updated in 2016. We put up conferences like Mike had talked about, land summits, DNR summits, and back then, it was somewhat difficult to get the information across to not only chapters, but leadership, to different individuals that aren't working within the Division of Natural Resources, because, I know what it was like, because when I first got on board, all of these terms were just used interchangeably, and it was kind of difficult for me to understand what was going on. And when they talked about right-of-ways, and then they talk about service line agreements, and then now we're talking about TAAs, we're talking about, all these laws and policies. But I think, Mr. Holona kind of really laid out the foundation for just the home site leases. And what we do on our side is we have an environmental specialist that we call that's categorized as environmental reviewer under the Navajo Department of Personnel. And what he does is every home site lease that is processed through Land Department, he reviews all of the documents and ensures that, like Mike says, they're not in a flood zone, that they're not near a uranium mine site, that, that they're sound. And what we did was we went fast forward or rewind. We went back and we worked with EPA. We made sure that we were all looking at the same data and making sure that we weren't missing anything in any of these reviews that they wouldn't have not reviewed at their end, that they wouldn't have reviewed. So it took a while. We worked with Dr. Whaley when he was still there and Dr. Ben when he was still there. We tediously had monthly meetings. When we were able to get all of their data on our system. So that's what our environmental reviewer does. He also does that for every other lease out there. And right now, we've been working diligently. A lot of what we do today is we're trying to retrofit a lot of leases and permits, rights-of-ways. A lot of the issues we've been running across, especially on Eastern, is there's no right-of-ways on some of these lines, and without a right-of-way, you're really not supposed to be dropping a service line off of those right-of-ways. So what we did back in the day with BIA, with former delegates, we sat with Speaker Damon, Jonathan Perry, Leonard Sosi, different delegates when we met over at NDOT, and we started with Eastern, and we started to realize how much of these lines didn't have right-of-ways on them. Because when they come to our office and they started to ask for service line drops to go to these houses, we come to find out that there's no right-of-way on those lines. And it's the same over here on Bigger Navajo, where N2A doesn't have rights-of-ways on their lines. And so we're starting to find that out, and a lot of this is inherited. It's just how, they processed things back in the day when nothing was processed electronically. Nothing was recorded. So those are some of the things that we were processing. That we had processed back when the CARES funding. I know that Mr. Holona did do an email to NTUA and to other entities stating that, even though they don't have a home site lease, we'll go ahead and, allow you to hook them up. And so, but right now we kind of caught ourselves in a big bind with that, because right now they got services, but nobody's going back and applying for a home site lease. So we're kind of playing, tennis back and forth, like, well, it's your responsibility, it's your responsibility. So we're doing what we can. We're trying to be, innovative. We're trying to be proactive. We're trying to be, in terms of, with this ARP money coming, I know that, it's always stated that, we want water lines. We want electricity lines. Right now we're doing solar. We also have a lot of other infrastructure, that's still yet to be put on the table at the chapter levels with the chapter land use planning committees. They're calling us, they're emailing us, they're asking us to get on their agendas for what it is that they're planning. Right now we're trying to work with NHA to get a lot of their master leases updated. So we're trying to do all of this simultaneously to be ready and to kind of think about, okay, what can we do differently? How else can we be innovative to get these services to the Navajo people? Most needed services, especially during this time of the pandemic. So I don't know if that helps you in terms of what the General Land Development Department does. Overall, with the cherry on top, what we've been trying to do for the past several years is we've been trying to develop what we're calling the one-stop shop, and it's a term that it's just kind of been used interchangeably as well. But what it basically is having all of every lease, everything from Homesite to schools to churches to telecommunication towers, all be done in one office. So that was one of the things that's always been a goal when we created this General Land Development Department back in 2016. Because one of the things that we do here, when we used to go out do presentations in person prior to the pandemic, they would always say, why do we have to go to this place? And then you turn around and we have to go to this place, and then we have to go over here, we have to go to this place. Why can't you guys just all do it in one office? So, we hear you, we hear the grassroots level. I was a chapter official for 4 years. I just got done with my term in December. So, we're trying to move towards that. We still have goals, to move towards that. When the division had asked us for funding, we did put it out there. I did put a budget out there, to support our one-stop shop, to get more leasing agents, to get more environmental reviewers, to get, a person in-house that can do our legal reviews. So those are some of the things that we've been working on internally. It's not all the time that we get an opportunity like this to address the NABI committee or, the RDC committee. So, I really appreciate this time. So I want to say that much. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Holona, does
Thank
that
you,
conclude
Mr.
your presentation?
I got some closing things I want to address.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Yaji, for your support and clarifying a lot of the stuff that GLAD is doing and what they plan to do moving forward. So going back to the presentation, we go to slide 34 for the future moving forward. We know that the ARPA is coming. We've seen what we did with the CARES Act and Light Up Navajo, and I guess I need to say that, General Land Development went way beyond Call of Duty. This NTUA alone, over 700 service line agreements process. And again, they have one person that does all the reviews and then the environmental, one person. And it took a lot of extra work for them to do that. And so we're getting prepared for the big wave coming. And we know that's coming. And so if you take a look at slide 34, I've got 1, 2, and 3. 1 is for individuals that have a home site lease. They can enter into a service line agreement for utilities, no problem. They can begin construction. They can receive assistance. Everything is done. The next scenario, number 2, is no home site lease, but they have existing homes. They have existing residents that have been established before 2014. They took over their parents' home and location. Now they're renovating it, and the next generation is taking over the homestead. So we understand that, and how do we address that? Perhaps they didn't proceed with homesite leases because they were too far off the grid and knew they could never afford to pay NTUA to get utilities to them, and that there's just too much money for the chapter to get power or water to them. Now all of a sudden, now with funds under CARES Act, we reached a bunch. We're going to reach even more. Now they're like, I think we can get utilities now. But I don't have a lease. And so what can we do to help them? And so number two, in those situations, this is what I am recommending. Don't get me wrong, say this is what they're going to do. Mike Halona said, this is how it's done. We still need the other departments to support our recommendation. We still need DNR to support it. And we also need RDC to make some directives to make this happen for those that have no home site lease but existing homes and residences out there. Step one would be the consent. A grazing officer land board just needs to verify and say, this applicant has been living at this location, since before 2014. And that 2014, I'll explain why that's important. So it just verifies that it has, and he signs the consent form. Because it doesn't do any good to go find a permittee that wasn't a permittee when that home was established in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and 70s to now consent to that residence. So we just have to get a grazing official or land board to establish that it has been in existence. The most important part is going to be that legal survey. We can get the legal survey for them and for their current residents. Now that's going to give them the ownership of all those improvements on it in that lease document. So that survey should encompass it. So where's that survey going to come from? It's going to cost almost $500 to do a legal survey. Most people have been coming out of pocket. Perhaps we can identify some funds to put aside and contract the survey team. And that's all they do is to help these in this number 2 category to get their legal survey done. Archaeology. There's an agreement letter that was done between Navajo Nation and BIA for dwellings established before 2014. So if they reside there, the house has been there, they're existent, we can insert that letter into their packet, and it fulfills the Section 106 requirements. Okay. What about the BRCF, the Biological Resource Compliance Form? This is for an existing residence. The disturbance has already happened. All the wildlife in that area have come accustomed to and adjusted to those residents and the dwellings there. And so they should be able to write a BRCF letter or the form for them. Once that's done, we can approve their home site lease. Now they're in compliance. Now they have full advantage of a lease going forward and to be able to receive the services. Now, if we get that legal survey done, the rest can happen, pretty quickly, and be able to move forward. The number 3 side is no lease. They haven't even selected a location yet. They just now want to get a home site lease and to participate. They just have to follow the whole process. Get the application in. Hurry up and go get your consent because this is undisturbed land. Art clearance, a legal survey, your biological, get your environmental determination done by GLAD, and then you'll have your lease approved. So it's really, again, how fast can they get it done is how fast they'll be able to get their home site lease. So those are the 3 scenarios I know that we're going to deal with moving forward. And number 2 is probably the biggest point is what can we do? And that's our recommendation. The next slide is slide number 35, that's the letter I'm referring to. You'll notice it talks about 2014. And that's when BIA agreed and the Navajo Nation agreed that that this letter could be utilized for existing dwellings, existing residents, existing structures that are used for resident purposes, and that all the disturbance has probably happened already. And so this would satisfy the art clearance aspects of it. With that, the last slide is just our contact information, our email address. All of the home site lease information, applications, and even the past information that we covered. All of this is available on our website at nnld.org, and you can pull off there. You can call our agency offices. We've got some of the hardest working staff. And so what we've done for April is that we submitted a budget. At the agency office, I have one home site agent. That person answers all the phones like an office specialist would, does all the stuff that a senior office specialist would do, and then processes all the leases, gets everything done for submitting. One person. And I know that a lot of people say we keep calling and nobody answers the phone. There's only one person at all of our agency offices that works on processing all the home site. And so with our proposed budget, we need to add people there. We need to add at least 2 additional people to help in the influx of home site requests coming in and for development, so we can meet all the deadlines and be able to service everyone that needs assistance and needs help to get their lease for their family and their family's future. So with that, Speaker, that concludes my presentation. We're open for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Delegate Yellowhair. For the records, Jeanette Arnie. I left this agenda and went on to Budget and Finance Committee. So maybe sometime that I would like to hear from Mr. Alona again. I'm with being that committee right now for the records. Thank you, Speaker. And my colleagues, Jeanette Arnie, Alona, Doris North Sindo, Tobe Alvin, Benia. I'll call him again. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, Honorable Alona. With that, colleagues, Honorable, sorry. Good morning, Honorable Yellowhair. Thank you for being on the line with us. Thank you, Mr. Alona. With that, you and Ms. Naabik'íyáti, thank you for presenting before the Naabik'íyáti committee this morning. Thank you very much for the history and also the changes through the years and the presentation that you presented that gets us to today's time and frame. With that, colleagues and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee and everyone that's joining us just now, we just heard a presentation from Mr. Mike Colonna, who's the director for the Navajo Land Department, and then also Ms. Naabik'íyáti, who's the director for the General Land Development Department, and they went over some of the guidelines and recommendations put in place for ideas, and also the hurdles that we're constantly going through about home site leases. With that, colleagues, there was a specific request to have a work session on these home site leases and come up with recommendations, as we know there's a lot of our families out there who do not have home sites. But a lot of these families are wanting to get assistance through these ARPA funds or even through the past dollars when CARES dollars come down as well. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor right now. If there's any comments, questions, please let me know. I do have Honorable Nathaniel Brown in the queue at this time. He's the only one. So Honorable Brown, let me go ahead and go over to you this morning. Honorable Brown, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Speaker, Ado Shananta, Beshpansa, the Nebanat Ketniklinigi, Yat Ehben, Ado. Thank you for the prayers. I know that we currently have our duly called Budget and Finance Committee meeting as well. So already a lot of meetings. I know that Law and Order met this morning, and then Hess, Ado Naabik'íyáti. So it's really good that we're able to tackle mini meetings. And I'm assuming that the nation is saving money from us driving back and forth a lot also. So this is good. But Mr. Halona, thank you for your presentation. So I think I know that you give us a lot of the information to policy. I do appreciate that. This morning I was on a meeting with OEH and Kayenta in my 3 chapters, and they did have some specific questions. And also Kayenta Township did have some other questions as well. So these questions are on behalf of them. And also when I met with Navajo Kayenta Police Department last Friday, or last Wednesday, there was a lot of questions that we had. So it seems like my chapters, as well as the township, and a lot of constituents continue to have the same concerns. And I know that you've addressed this, but in this, with the current leadership, I want to ask this again. This is specifically to bootlegging and throughout the whole Navajo Nation. The compliance issue, also people who continue to sell drugs, illegal drugs, and alcohol. When is Land Department, or what's your process currently like on, I guess, almost like eviction or taking away home site leases from people who perpetuate? And of course, with all the current data that we have, federal cases with the FBI, federal marshals, all heinous crimes, majority of them are, the common denominator, of course, is always alcohol and drugs. I know that there's a walk tomorrow on missing murdered Indigenous women and relatives. That is one of the number one causes of this also. According to the police department that I've met with last week, this was their report also, that alcohol was common. And then, of course, that goes back to the bootleggers and the communities that we represent. So I'm really interested. And then also, we want to restart the Title 17 with Madam Attorney General, as well as Prosecutor's Office, Navajo Nation Police, Public Safety, etc., amending Title 17. I know last term there was a lot of people involved, including Kayenta Township, on pushing to make the law stronger to protect our Navajo people, to protect our citizens, the land that we live on. So we're all aware of bootlegging. There's a lot of factors, a lot of negative factors, nuisance that come out of that, including trash of bottles that are not just laying there, but some of them are broken, and people try to continue to clean up, and it's creating a lot of trash also. So with what are some of the, my next question to that would be, what are some of the laws that you would like to see we as legislatures that we can work on to protect our people? Or are there any other laws that need to be repealed, that need to be taken out so there's no revolving door? And this is specifically on Homesite lease. So that's where. So those are my questions. So let me look at my list of questions right here again. And then there's another question on one more. When will Navajo Land Department team up with a bank to let families know how to get home loans also? I think this is called a collateral assignment. So people who want to build their home and get loans, but don't know the process using their property to get a loan. So if you can explain that process also. In addition to that would be the Section 184 of the HUD funding. I know that these funds are being increased also. There's a lot of other fundings coming forward, and this is where Homesite Lease Department is so important to the funds that are coming and people wanting to build homes. I know NHA is receiving additional funds. CDBG is receiving additional funds, as well as CHID. They're all receiving funds, and then of course the nation and IHS. So looking forward, we need to beef up some of your staff. And my question to you would be, which staff do you need for us to hire to help in the process, so our people are getting the home site leases, so we can start building homes for our Navajo families. And I hope also, in addition, another Kansas chapter president requested this was, is there at this time, we are in extraordinary times, Shanant Anofini and Mr. Halona, that there are some laws and policies at this time should be, I'm not saying to overlook them, but in order to have our people get their home site lease, to get power line, water line, and ultimately their homes. So if we can, what are some of the policies that we can look at to expedite some of these process for our people who are waiting? And the biggest thing is, of course, again, if you could please address, and maybe, I don't know if this would be calling for a separate meeting with the prosecutor's office, the attorney general's office, on specifically dealing with bootlegging throughout Navajo. And if you can please address again what it would look like to, I guess, evict or take the home site lease away from families. And sometimes it's not really the individual that are, let's say grandma has a home site lease, but it's their grandkids are selling alcohol or drugs. And how can we address that? Is there a language that we need to introduce into the Navajo Nation codes so we can still protect grandma or Che, and we can prosecute in the process? So I know that there's a fully loaded questions. So that will be it, Speaker. Yeah, on to the list. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, before I go back to you, Mr. Olono, and Ms. Yazi, let me go to Honorable Stewart, and then I'll come back to you. I have Honorable Stewart in the queue. Honorable Stewart, good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Mr. Halona, nice to hear your voice this morning, and thank you for the presentation, Anna, this morning. And it's a good thing that we're talking about this, because I wanted to ask a couple of questions, Shana. Is that here in one of the communities I represent, two of the communities, both different situations. One, we have 4 families up near White Clay area. They have a home site. They started building, and then they got their septic, power, and then they went ahead they got those, and then they were waiting for the home site application to get processed. And when they went through that, and then here, forestry comes in and says, you can't build here. You have to move somewhere else. So that's where we're at. But I not disturb it's the land with power lines over the trees. And so that's my question. I'm working with the community members on that one and the chapter. There's already a structure there. He has his home site, but yet he's being, him and his family are being denied services, saying that there's no art clearance. And I believe that's going to go under the plan 2. Then get out the plan 2 again, because I get to go up with the sister. So that's another one. Then the other one, you get with one of the other communities, we have abandoned housing project. And those community members from their they want to, it was under the old, the site, former business enterprise site, these houses, but they want to redo those homes and renovate those homes and lease them out or rent them out again as part of their community. Because that's one thing that we're working on too again. So would that fit under the phase, the not phase, but under the part 2 as well for them? That's what I wanted to ask Shania and Ms. Yazi this morning. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for those questions. That, let me go back to Mr. Alona and Ms. Yazi, if you have a response to those questions.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed the *6. I didn't see Delegate Brown. Great to hear your voice. And great comments, questions, concern for your community and for all communities. Let's talk a little bit about the bootlegging. I know when I was up before COVID, I was traveling up to Kayenta to meet with the township and those of the community, their concerns. And you take a community like Kayenta, and there's approximately 24 known locations, bootlegging and drug activity. And we were working with them, and also with the chief prosecutor joined us at these meetings, as well as sergeants from the police department addressing bootlegging. And they have tried the normal process of enforcement is, you seize the evidence, throw them in jail for possession, and then they're back out the next day, back in business. So just a revolving door. No. So we talked about the Homesite lease. And inside the lease document, it clearly states any illegal activity is a default in that lease and can be terminated. And so we had drafted up a process as to how we would do that. Of course, one would be to, someone needs to file the complaint. Where law enforcement has all the reports, all the evidence of the activities at a certain location, and that that they should be probably the reporting entity that brings it to our attention. And then we would look in our records and find out who is giving the Homesite lease. Whose name is on the lease? Who's responsible for that property there? So in some instances, is the grandparents has the lease, and the grandkids have actually took over the house. And because of the violence and everything, the grandparents have just moved out, literally just moved out of the house and went to another location or back out to the ranch. Ado eho one mazi se keha no. Bahane ako kode ya. So keta e do another keta e kode e ya. Sina al no. What about in those incidents? Are we going to terminate the lease on those? And that's where we were asking the prosecutor as to could, then the grandparents would have to file a complaint for forcible detainer to remove the occupants from their home while they do that. While they do that to the grandkids or even parents. Some parents are involved. Some parents are not involved, but due to the violence, some have moved away. They don't return. So we would have to find out what the connection is and see how the lessee wants to approach it. We at least need to afford them that opportunity. Case hit up on so case. All that's in that. Onnachen hatazo. Ako kwa ho ani do that do kas. Do ta kwa kaya shida os any just not kas. Aro that do kas. Ho ani she handle. All that's no what no so we need to find out what the lessee wants to do with their lease. But if the lessee is engaged in the activity, and then that's really an easier process, which would be we have the evidence, we have all the reports, we have all the statements from law enforcement, clearly that explains that they are involved in illegal activity, then we can proceed to terminate the lease. And if it was before 2017, we asked BIA to also terminate the lease because they granted that lease. The nation approved it. So we would then ask for that lease to be terminated. And then there should be nobody going to that site or else they'd be trespassing because there's no authorized use of that location. Then I think township then wanted to maybe take those houses, renovate them, and then have a new lessee take over, another family that can come in and take over that site, renovate the home, or have a whole new home built. That would be how we would be addressing this. It's not only in Kayenta. We had the same conversation with DOJ and Public Safety in Window Rock. So we know those things, though, that is actually happening on all areas on Navajo. And so, that's we just need to put the process. I think we have the process drafted. We just need to come back together. In fact, the last meeting was going to be February 2020. Was the next meeting, and we had to cancel, and then of course COVID. Then we haven't regrouped, but we can regroup with the team, and hope you can join us, Delegate Brown, as we pick up the discussion of where we left off and come up with the process. Ado should not supposed to share. What I they were supposed to receive all the complaints and the statements from PD. To move forward. And of course, I believe the acting chief prosecutor that we were meeting with has left. So I guess we need to meet with the first one and bring him up to speed to address that. So we can do that in all communities. Once we have the process, we can use it in every community. And so it's not only are they going to lose property, they're going to lose the use of those property as well. Hopefully that will deter the continued criminal activity. The second part, mortgaging loans, 184. right now we're seeing a lot more 184 loans than we have in the past. Mortgaging is really increasing. You've got some of the other lenders, such as Wells Fargo, is doing some lending, and homes, not so much mobile homes. And I think I met with credit services a couple of years ago, and that was our discussion, is how can we work with credit services to be able to mortgage homes on Navajo using the leasehold interest that they have. And so that money would revolve the loans that are being provided, the payments being made, and that would create its own process for mortgaging on Navajo. That was one avenue of working on doing loans with credit services within our own governmental system. Second is, I know NHA was looking at doing mortgaging. I'm not sure where they are on that now, but there's a huge opportunity. Same way, revolving type loans for mortgaging purposes for those that want to own the home. The 184 is a great loan mechanism for tribal members on and off Navajo. I know tribal members that have purchased homes off of Navajo, and those that have purchased homes on Navajo. Is a process that they go through. However, now HUD needs to be brought into maybe to not be the council. They can give a report, because some of the requirements are not up to speed to where we are. I mean, there was a time there they wouldn't accept the Navajo Nation lease because they were used to the BIA lease. And now that the nation has its own authority to issue its own leasing, there was a question there, would they accept the Navajo Nation lease? So it took a while for us to go through that and do some amendments to be able to address mortgaging, which has been addressed, I believe, and moving forward. It's just, certain individuals and within HUD has a different interpretation, or, they don't understand. So we have to educate them as to what we're doing, how we're doing it, what it means, what our tribal code says for defaults, and all of those is one of their main issues. And then now HUD is now wanting to know, are builders permitted? Is there a building code for these homes? Is there a standard for these homes? So that is going to affect, again, mortgaging on Navajo, because lenders want to protect the investment that they're making, to make sure that those homes are well built. They're not something thrown together. Now they want to know if the nation has a permitting system for construction of homes, home builders. What kind of permitting system do they go through? What kind of standards do you have to be able to do mortgaging? And I think, that's something that all of us can work on. When I say all of us, that means NHA, community development. And so we can come up with a standard for Navajo Nation. When those type of questions come up, we can say, yes, here's our building code for residents. This is for governmental use buildings and so forth, because it's going to come up more. The insurance is also going to be a factor in that aspect from the building, and supporting housing. The new Homesite lease regulations, which I also provided a copy so you can read it when you have time. If you go to section 20, in there's a whole section there on master leases for housing, for public housing. It's not only for the tribal designated entities okay, like NHA, but for private investors, for nonprofit builders, and so forth, how they can develop housing in chapters and wherever they need, where the housing need, the infrastructure supports it. The infrastructure is there, and they can get 20 acres, they can get 10, they can get 40 acres, they can build duplexes, they can build apartments, they can build single unit homes for families. And so, and that's one thing in housing that I think we don't have that ladder, meaning going from apartments maybe to a condo to then a single home, and then maybe the next step is a bigger home with a 2-story home and a big home, moving up to it as they're developing equity, as they're moving forward in their careers and so forth. Is a lot what our young people are looking for, and we get that all the time. How many houses are on the market for sale? Where are they located? How do I find out? Is there any apartments for rent? Is there any homes for rent? So that part of the real estate side is something that we kind of work with the realtors to connect them to, so they can give them that information. So there's not a big market. What market is there is tribal members selling their home. They can sell their lease to another tribal member. That's in the new regulations. It has always been there since the 1958. It's just now more clear that you can sell your leasehold interest and the home on it to another tribal member. And so going forward, how do we do the housing? And the biggest challenge with all development is going to be consents. Consents is what is deterring a lot of the development, whether it's economic development, whether it's infrastructure development, to housing development, to our children wanting to come home to live by their families within the community. That's the challenge. I got a call the other day, and I had a guy visit me yesterday and says, I'm trying to get the consent. I'm trying to work with the grading official. And he just told me, go to the chapter. They need to get a resolution from there. It's like, it's not done that way anymore. And they're frustrated. What do I do now? Because that's our grading official. And so at all sides, they're getting frustrated because they're not able to just have a simple process where this is a housing area, pick a lot, and you get started. Those preliminary, pre-engineered, pre-approved locations are non-existent now. And that's what chapter land use plans was one of the emphasis for land use plans at the chapter level was to designate those housing areas. Where would they be where housing could be developed? And the consents are done, the chapter supports it, and so that I guess the biggest challenge for our youth. So the changes would be, how do we address the consent side to develop the nation quicker and faster? How do we help our young people to come back and build a home next to their parents? They can't because their aunt or their uncle won't sign their consent form. But if they're right next to their parents, they shouldn't need a consent. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed legislatively. How far do we go with the consent side? If it's right next to their homes, some of these areas should maybe withdraw 5 acres for their home, for their children's home. They have their own little cluster. Now you have one road that goes to 4 or 5 homes. You have utility line that services 5 or 4 homes, water lines that serve 5 and 4 homes. But the way we have it designed is that they only have one structure that they run the roads to, and we have roads going every which way you can think of. That's affecting our rangeland, causing more and more erosion happening. So all of the processes that we have developed up to now needs to be revised. All the utilities and water, we talk about the need, but we don't address the symptoms of that is allowing development anywhere you want, and we'll get power to you whether it's 5 miles away. How do we address that? How do we change some of that going forward so more people could have access to the infrastructure quicker and faster just because they are developing closer to it? So I think, those are some of the things that I would recommend that could be looked at and find solutions and legislations to change some of those. And that will move not only homes, but housing, economic development, and everything else a little bit faster and quicker than we are able to today. So I hope I've touched all of the parts that Delegate Brown asked of me. Delegate Stewart, great to hear your voice. A couple of things. Number one is the house in White Clay. All the infrastructure, all the development, all the impact that have happened. Forestry is correct. There is a moratorium. And, maybe it's been in place for about 15 years now. The commercial forest area is in a moratorium. But in Lego, but Nago, you still see development happen. What and actually done stop. Anni. Our elders knew about some of these things, and it's been so long that now the younger think that, well, it must have gone away because I see developing happening here and there. So I'm going to develop here. But there is a forest moratorium in place in the commercial forest land. And that's where, forestry is one of the departments that will do the review, they do the site visit and can determine yes or no if you should move there or not. Fire is also one of the concerns that they look at. However, the previous resource committees have done waivers for families in the moratorium. So that might be something you might want to consider for this family because everything is done. Who's going to pay to relocate them to a different location? How are you going to tell them to take down their house, take down your whole gun? Yes, maybe you used it, but you have to disassemble it now and move it. So we had to find a way to make that possible. The other structures about clearances, I guess we need to find out who, although they have a lease and they're saying, well, now you need to have an art clearance. Will that letter suffice? Those are some of the, meetings we have to have with OEH. OEH has a challenge as well. They have their ARC, their environmental review guidelines, which is separate than what the BIA's guidelines are for environmental review. So, those kind of coordinations need to happen as to understand that and accept each other's environmental review. How do we do that? How are they going to be accepted? Washington, Washington, based on Section 106 art clearances, Section 7 threatened endangered species because they're doing federal action. EA, they need to do an EA. So how do we work with them to realize that our tribal members are only required to do the environmentals based upon the general leasing regulations, which the Department of Interior said that's enough. This is enough to satisfy environmental reviews for development and leasing on Navajo Nation. Ada这都was pata hal zam beni na what wala. Ako edi gishin a jo as ya go to but Haitian yo kedi but on that auto but sasi clean but ishan el ya go shin aha ada te so. And the last is the abandoned situations and subdivisions. There in Fort Defiance, we've had some homes that have been sold, some that have defaulted and gone into foreclosure, and then there are homes that are just abandoned. So we've had to back up all the way. Lease or Yagi master lease. And I think it was Fortified Housing Corporation. At that not always they then dissolved, discontinued, filed bankruptcy, whatever they did. What about those individual lots in there? Who takes the responsibility over? Do they fall back into the Navajo Nation if they defaulted on their lease? Or is some other housing entity willing to pick it up and manage and oversee those lots? Is there still a mortgage or a lien on that house? So we have to do some of the homework, and that's going to take a lot of hours and time, and someone that is dedicated to that needs to be working on it every day to be able to address that. 5 years passes, 10 years, nothing happens, and all those homes are just sitting there, and I know we have people saying, if I'll go tear it down, I'll haul it off, I'm going to clear it out, I'm going to build a new home there. Give me that chance, give me that opportunity. And so how do we move it quicker? And it's going to take resources. It's going to take individuals that can just focus on doing that and working on that and finding out who it is that we need to find. And, they just need to tell us, I'm not returning, I'm relinquishing all my interests to it. You can do what you want to it or whatever you want to do. We need that, the release of their interests. We need to get that done. It might take a month, it might take 2 months, but we'll get it done. So we need, extra funds, and then also Delegate Brown, we need a registered land surveyor that we can pay good dollars to come to Navajo or want to work for Navajo. Now, I know they're out there, they're running their own businesses. Or how do we contract them to review the survey plaques? We need a survey team to go fix some of these and help some of these families that need survey. So that we're going to need some money for those additional survey crew. We might need 2 of them, one for split the Navajo Nation in half, east and west. And that's all they're going to do is go out and help those that that's what those programs used to do. There are a lot of home site leases that are non-used to sitting there because there was art clearance was free, the legal survey was free. At that, So they're just sitting there. Those should be turned over and given to others as well. And our need really is at the agency level. We need additional Homesite agents. We need office specialists to greet the people, to hand out the applications, to answer questions, answer phones, all of that, while the Homesite lease agency is processing the leases, developing the leases, and then sending them electronically, and we can sign them electronically and get it back quickly. And that's what we've done, is electronically. Our Homesite lease module is complete. We're in the testing stage right now. So you'll be able to do process Homesite lease electronically and submit electronically, and then we can get the chapters involved. That can happen at the chapter level, and they can submit them electronically to get them processed. But they need me. So there's 5 agencies, probably three additional staff at each agency, and we should be able to meet the demand and increase the productivity. 3% increase pretty quickly with additional staff. And I always say in 1994 we had 150 staff at Land Department. Today we have 27. And then the need is greater now. The demand is greater now. To be able to meet the needs of the people. Now, I hope I've addressed all the questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Delegate Daniels. Put me in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alona. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have, this is who I have in the queue lined up. I have Honorable Kealan Begay, Chairman Yazzie, and Honorable Daniels. With that, Che, good morning, Honorable Kealan Begay. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Che. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, I've been announced this, this Speaker, Chairman, other Naabik'íyáti committee members. Other those chairs, Mr. Kudo Land Department, though. That means I don't. The Kudo Homesite lease by Yale here. So, Mr. Halona. Although Kudo he could already see that I see Tanaki, we've been I've been vocal to some extent that Homesite lease is an obstacle to our Navajo people to get the basic service, even just getting a home, outdoor, getting a water line, getting a power line. Although the latest one, for mini farms area, although I'm sure some areas one have been built in certain part of the farmland. Those are some situations that we're in. And based on your presentation, it's understandable. There's a need. There needs to be some control of just having homes be built by individual from another location. The people have been raising concern about the big not lost it. I see it also a lot of them are just roaming around. No, the bayata ticket. Joe that age shit on me. But going back to the basic, and the reason why I always say that we have to have an understanding of how majority of our Navajo people lives. They're more regulated, and then a lot of these homes in that area are clustered. If not big cities, go the flourishing, be not the whole one on us in the age. A coco ande de codo in hip Naabik'íyáti. Navajo in hit Niniki Kayapaka Nani na la a coco ada hodeshis a coco con in Kayatin Hiran Ada di Ned la a hinofnado lesliki the ba it a type bekashi the shinsin that the shinjo but Honda Lian lady a coco a hit a coco hotel at this string and hit in the end liniki pipan sea case papan sea case. Oh, it's a sahosa. But a lot of time I always say that there's remedy for it. A koja whale has unwit has arch peacemaker that the whole loan. When will we utilize those services? A lot of time did kudo alabi has ani because it seems that we're trying to be the policy maker, the referee, and a judge. A coco did a coco kudo halet ala etik hitin and liniki. The rural community keep up on sea case yet at veterans of what because a lot saw. We know that there was a change of a policy where they were subject to select a location 1,500 feet to an infrastructure. Now, should that have stayed in that policy, and this veteran was to get a home, but they're required to be within the 1,500. That means that this individual, the veteran, had to find a location that is within 1,500 feet. Then the veteran will say that, well, I'm being told to get a home within 1,500 feet of a power line and water line. A policy change it amendment at a Halet out the a quadoti cut in the end liniki quake shikaya. I believe we utilize that term loosely to say that overall, technically, because I've been reading through some of the document last week, Hadanshi Tobe had that after water rights at Niniki Sahabin Hitchin Ben Hort no by yet not the quantity, but okay, there's got to be water available for the people that lives within these Indian reservations. No, by yet. So eki it kokosh akonna il kishin. Dik admit and liniki to ye kochiyor ida. Ope has ani di it ani koko. Ope a hoto aj lather them just give up to say that, well, I can't build a home just because of all these regulations and so on. But our Navajo people really don't know is that, well, have it clarified through our judicial system. Because ani lachit ego ko ano ane kajon hitno Jukat hate all to yego ko kodo nita from the judicial branch to say that this is how we're clarifying this policy because ani la dit ago ko la dit eisiki pennache ko la hateliaki hat ego ko la ego ko la dojo hat ego pe hitna pe penelnish jo hat ego ko at the hasende again hat end she bagat the dot after hat an yayin dol nishikishi but of nahne ambenna o aja o tandahiti kedida akoko. I know that you're in an administrative position, Mr. Helona Kodosche, and I know that you just follow the policy that are being enacted by the policymaker, which is the council, and then the RDC. Every 4 years, you're referencing a lot of these policies that were changed during the 23rd Navajo Nation Council and prior. Nuwata atalia behas ani has tuisani tahantahaz haneta itan sa bespans andan liniki so itan si dat ito ye ko ta iltha ko pe ben ko ko akidit ana losito ni tene pepe ke khaz anto pe na yosiniki ye in tekes ko shiben na dat e hot behas ani sa hata deliant but Washington, that she at the Hajor to Yan Yana Huns, not to Aden or Ego Hanata Delia, the CFR, the not Hatna. Just like, for example, Dick up in the NTL, 10 sheep unit, not to Nayasa Hosso. Mito Yasa Hosso, then the Bayashki, but this who can survive on 10 sheep, especially if you're having a big family. So Aj Chinto Yego Kodo Papa and Sike so Dika behas ani Dika Dishin to Ostai Nego. A lot of them goes to school, which is good. But a lot of us Shazigi what as the son constant so the better Bekashina Gai dos Espejos and then but ye yastiki at the chapter. What ego has put at in hashke. He ban nans jord, the baban nans jord. Johan ego go yata ti ade. Ako halet ala eko the be has ani liniki yego kodo be yil jiz. Could the home site least what how one need to kaya need akwaake in ito least up ito hot in hatot hanke. The in and lagot tin a whole tit eagle has out a coto in non dingy hatist the ego cut all unit and happy yield street. A co adan cat base was at the next day. Add on the cares funding hotat that or you solo projects benin nasa ado bataliaki homesite lease bata haneska. Ado kodo power line kunanatza. Homesite lease to sat bina hatit me to hatit up and na other sat power line but liada. Even the right of way other service line agreements at Daliego could a huge koto because on it the quishi we're losing out. A lot of our Navajo people are losing out getting these essential services just because that we're putting too much restriction or policy in place. Decat housing or you base of the Navajo Nation. Other Kodois County Veterans Housing by Nahuinti. Literally, is the Navajo Nation ready to build hundreds and hundreds of homes with the policy that we have in place right now? other in the it is where's the home site lease process. If they put in, or even they just picked up an application today, and you know this is probably going to take them a year, or if not 2 years, to get these done. To some extent, but then some people says that forget it. I'm building the homes. I know just based on Lindigi, how one Lindigi not dating. But yet we come back around and telling them that you're not getting the water line or electricity until you get the home site lease not dating. So I'm trying to paint the picture for us to understand that we say that this is the Navajo Nation, this is the reservation. To some point, we try to minimize, to regulate for people to live, but not over-regulate for where they have to not even move around within their withdrawn area. The home site lease. But this is just me, and I've said this during our RDC meetings. But one delegate and one vote can't really make any changes. So it all on his holds. Dik at Ishibin Quade Naabik'íyáti committee Halit Allah George at the Nil no shipping that's a quacky by Yale tier. A coco Halit out la a kodo one Liniki started that deal Nil like yesterday without a lot of these requirements. So when is it truly? This is our Navajo reservation. When is it will be truly that, even though it is held in trust by our federal government, but yet we're at the same time being labeled as a sovereign nation. So I don't know if we're take advantage on our Navajo people of this policy making progress. Give us a succinct recommendation how we will be able to expedite building homes. Chairman, again, like I said, Mr. Helona, Ms. Yazi, I know you guys are just doing your job and following these process, but how do we, when we go back to our community, when we go back to the chapter and tell them and provide this information as clearly as we can to our Navajo people, especially those in the community that have lifestyle, having livestock and having homes. So Tabagan Pinti Kong Pahosh Quaggy Pinti Bagan is it suit a nalit a Pinti Quabahosh no Nisa Beyata here. A coco, I'm sure that will could be able to be resolved, but Koto to Jopa wheels Nakito Nan Dingi to Jope between Nato Unlata Had other even our chapter officials, grazing officials, farm board, any other local officials, Division of Community Development, disseminating a lot of these information to the CSC and the staff because they interact with the community every single day, asking for home site lease document. Other agent at some agency office. There's not much of a follow-up. There's not much of a communication. When Rashi Nana chat, that's that no the baby had that it's the Hashin Zahat the whale Jish no the home site Lisaki process at that. A coco a dikish again, I just want to be on record. that I've been expressing and will continue to express that there should be minimal regulations for Navajo people to live on the Navajo Nation. But pressuring and putting too much policy requirement to even just start building a home will delay them in just moving off the reservation or go elsewhere. Anhin hit nan lindigi satobich na ho yidna. Anhin hit saton hit nan lindigi with in a way leaving our reservation. Ako ebe ben nashiko kodo the quigoshi and the has don has ako aid gishin kwa agiki provide us accurate information, update recommendation to give us a good recommendation where we can be able to allow a Navajo person to just submit an application and they don't need to be given the runaround to get a response to say that it's okay to start building homes or to get electricity, to get water line, to get whatever is necessary for them to make a living on the Navajo Nation. So, chairman, as an RDC member, as a council, and representing 5 chapters from the Chile agency. Each area of the agency, each of 110 chapters are unique and all separate and all different. And what we hear and what people express to us at the chapter meeting, at the local community location, we're all different. We get a lot of different information. So you have 24 delegates expressing their different views of how we interact with our community. The rural part of the Navajo Nation, like Tonda Geg, Nda Nig, to Ebony, those chapters are options. Ako Eya Yasti, Ako Ebe Benashiko Kododit Bahasit or Listo. I know RDC will continue, and I know RDC is working on this. I'm not saying that we're not, but all I'm saying is that this is my view, and I want to express this of what I say at the RDC level, and I want to say this at the NABI level, and probably say this at the council level. So, what Kodo Dik Chatet Anito Kodo Sato Homesite Lease Nigi Bahasit or Chairman, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambiye, for those questions. And I'm going to go to back to Mr. Halona and Ms. Yazi for a response first, because there was a lot of questions in there, and then I'll go back to the floor. So, Mr. Halona and Ms. Arena Yazi, floor is yours. Mr. Halona? Ms. Yazi?
Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. Arosache, Delegate Begay, Aro, the 24th Tribal Council, Anosko, not Ani, Anosini, Dinosagi, the staff and colleagues, Anosko. Yat according to those, it's a had us chaos you had see a call. It's not just not now. Is your recommendation? The the think a recommendation it was edit on the Bahati's. Need no delegate became a cut legislation and Washington has ani Congress 25 CFR 169 Ebek eho. Ta'anis ebek eho ado la edin hidden ebekea. Bekai. Behenzi trustland. Ako edigi behez ani gi ya. Beyond the what are that or sleep that or in benachin has any yajet that or sleep in need bekeho. According Homesite lease interferes to get service to Ninigi without the lease in Bahazen. The utility company, by according to federal law, can't provide service, can't do a right of way without meeting the requirements. The only one that we have put in from Navajo Nation on the ship has ani de liagi eya consents. Etelia. Title 16, 1401 to 1403. Ahona. Denison versus Tucson Electric. Ado hat it. Ako edigi het adon doch kas het ado se. Dati ni. Akwage when stop. To get anything moving that's still the barrier that the akwage. Ado such a requirements. The art clearance, Ado A. Washington. Threatened and endangered species, Section 7, Ado, Washington. Ne? Ako ani hikwa into Washington, but has ani ito be hatet ani resource committee be lana that saw threatened and endangered species listing for the Navajo Nation. Ado Hanadilia. The Antiquities Act for the Navajo Nation, the Historic Preservation Act for the Navajo Nation. Edo hatatilia. Ako ADG Washington baz ani ebenachin atalia. Shutishne. Ako AD hate atol ni. Ako ebini na bahasa 1953 ata spahos no ya. Permits bata tol ni. Ako ho wana hunde nel do EPIA not nashi indoli. Chukatol ni dishne. 1958 na kaze art atol so na hatol ni. Hota the trust land das idon hidin Washington dago. Ako has on Italia da kansonda kansonza ni kai. Ako Washington ato said do yelane istate shutashna an hik akoje landa ilye 80 hit aliago since no tatolish na sausage join dal nishi apa hatandishna ado one stop shop to that the quid shimbe hatasi zi AD chose in the AD Asiago art at the dal sources in Dole, but Kahot had see the Dole. Aspahagi are quite art agent dalnishi, quite agent dalnish Dole. I got it on the Asapa Nostre. AD in Dole, got they did. I got it, I did that didn't see. Saho. DOJ, President's Office, Legislative Council, DNR, Legal Review, DD, alle. Ako here quite ya, nahot that the neto. Ako for recommendation delia. Although white paper behind the ya, quite that we stage chocolate ni. Akot and ya hat 8 ahande. Acho say na hate atol ni. Akoti Washington be has ani quiet at has late atol nitla. Ani right of way be has ani into kasoto ni 2016 at down. What up in the season? 8 pages of comments a day, yeah, Ashon. Quite that doch, quite had not asked that they need. Right, so we art and he be Landa late on lation to dawn. So the no a comment a day, yeah. Washington, no, not at the area. A Congress, it's a whole day class. I don't get on it. I don't get on it. Dinner sauce. A day, yeah, a day's show. I'd have been in that day next, you know. It's a Honda and days class that has on it on the BIA 8 on the A get as in. I call one a so size so. I call did never Washington. Linigi. Ape Ado Lay Yacht was entity 100% owned entity, ne? Di what I was Ada Ileho. Yeah. The right of way, the bad or that they don't need a right of way, you don't need. So what Hanakas, I could end regulation that or she's hate Abik, no, ain't all this. So, what I couldn't land, I hate Abik, that no, ain't all. Hate H that ain't all. Hate yep has on it that or she shouldn't get it, no. Even in a Italia. I call ADGA Ani Resource Committee. June the last clean TAA, no, Tribal Access Authorization. Akun NTUA NECA NDOT. Enterprise on Linear Department Water Resource. I call yet right of way Edo at Baz Eda. A TAA out of Kodo area. Language draw Nahalon and cut. Saint Lord and cut. I conduct all that go. Heda Ileho. Continental Divide, Eastern Navajo. Hamas Electric, APS, right of way, Ileho. Since high Ileho fiber, your stickler. They still need a right of way. Jonetta has on the Arch of Washington. I caught the art and the sea cars. I caught the Kodo, Heidi Laia, not your Honat or Nikat Nini, the consent idea. And here, that never Washington, but that I quite get Benin Nasa Hodloft or Choho either. I quit change it. Yeah, he ca Kadeya, a sketch not Ajnish. Didn't I? A shake up has on it, Ajnish. The never gonna a tina done that is clock guard. Said us not age. Kuzistan they said Edota nails on a day lap. I can't yard on tina, this is a tina, auto chidash and labor on opposite was sent about that worked at. They're blocking access to people's homes. Auto a consent a hinge cake up pay a chidash is a chain ash content. Thought that on Kashe Hanat is Snitna. Had it out of safe to done next or had it on Hanka or J. I thought that age in the whist age. She added it. Sarge at the unique. Let Pon still message a hon. I saw the not sort and had it. Nadeko or Chon Sarge unique. I saw the gentle little adult and but the dean is I saw this at the noda. A head in Arjun Stoley. A head or that the donny. Adult that and adult that of nen the donny. This a head. I call the chapter the area peacemaking, but what no certified chapters at 10. The head that the donny at 10. Otosh Kaitan at them. Dodge neither, dodge it either. Dodge I just get go kay up in Sahaj Soda. Nina Bain Button Tina shot. So I did. I could do Argent. Art on the hot area. And not hot air. I call de hit Arad at Osni. I could allow it now, and civil at Ada. So she that at the on the could you court not talk but being deep society then. Of course, there's no enforcement. I did at then. Hey, the height other thoughts, and that's it. I don't mean lead total such now on Homesite lease 2019 at now, but not as link Ninja. She can't be. A trader shot thought since the next job not just that on. You're crossing my land, ne? I let out the shot and lace it, no. I caught the hot that I say hate doors, niece hate yeah, that has on it at all, niece. Jubbin that has on it at then. Don't but the husband, hush it on, niece at then. Nobody's going to say nothing. Nobody's going to do nothing. The police aren't going to do nothing. They know that. I call it so there's a lot going to I say hate doors, niece. Kate the dog nation the bigger. I call a dog nisley dog out the dog nearly yeah. I thought Nisa what asset say. I call I want soda like a
Great. Thank you, Solana. That concluding on that note, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Then I have Chairman Yazi, and then Honorable Daniels, and then Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Eugene So in the queue at this time. So with that, let me go back. Chairman Yazi, floor is yours.
Speaker. Thank you for the update. I find that this Naabik'íyáti work session we're having all week, sharing an idea, maybe we ought to just make the whole council one at whole, to listen to all matters from the nation. But anyhow, Mr. Alona, I appreciate the report, and I'm just going to say a few words, sir. We've always had, worked with our area within the chapters that we represent, and appreciate that. But I just had one question with the housing issues with land through. To know if the guidelines, but the land is private. We're going to be meeting with the Eastern Regional Business Office with Ms. Seuss and her staff, and trying to get some kind of development going, and maybe housing. And so, maybe we can have you sit in the call too as well, Mr. Alona. And just going through. Has that been officially done, sir? Just quick response would be good. And
Chairman Yazi, you're going in and out. We cannot hear what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. So I don't know. There was a question that you had asked, but I don't think anyone heard that question.
Okay. How can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Just real quick, Mr. Alona, again, appreciate the work. I'll get to the questions. One is that the Rue H&H land, is the restriction strict as the nation? The land that the cemetery, has that been turned over officially to Peru? And then lastly, I'll just say real quick,
I had a chance to go to the land office in Crown Point a week ago, and it is pretty run down. And I know our budget is tight, and there was a mouse that ran across the floor, and I thought that was pretty interesting. And so I don't know if you want to just go see there, and that old double wide trailer home by the old PD. But anyhow, sir, just those quick questions, and I'll leave some breaking in and out, sir.
Oh, thank you. With that, let me go on down then to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, kudo. Aron dashnat Seniki kudo Naabik'íyáti committee kudo dainos flagi kudo aron da kudo dahui aden kudo dainos flagi kudo I see yeah kudo aron shen bendai so da habez and sto kudo yeah then flag kudo benet I be benet I be so the be khatni kudo aro kudo dam shna kudo dam Mr. Halona. I see Baba here in the Quado, Gesha Hotne. One that is Kedo Nana Quado, one that the well, Jisico. I don't know Quado, just 3 areas that I want to touch on. Quado Nagata, Oyoya, Wahandan, Oyo, that is Kedo, so I thought that actually did. So Nagata, Oyo Quado, Yego, Ebit is Anagatam, Grazing official Beniki. At the chapter level, kudo, in the Western Agency and other agencies as well, kudo. Navigate that the 1 mile, no, not the 1 mile, the half a mile, Gia. ADIC bit is akudo, Yego, Yahanat, Sito, Yego, yes, it's the Hazne, kudo. Navigate, if a permittee lives right here and half a mile, or even lot the Homesite lease hat local either doesn't need a signature from that grazing permit holder. So ADG this Akodo Yayash Pig Kodo, though a half a mile they at the non was Kasta Jote. Ako even Lago to the Yosh and called their grazing area Rigi or Yitan Fasago, Aronanagram permit to give you that a lot of cows or even Masakodo. A done a half a mile they did not always Kasta. Or you have a lot or you have the day that you know to the Yosh. So a day hot Ecuador, Aronana Ecuador, another area related to the half a mile is Nagati Ecuador, Nagatam, some areas. I see the Hojonia, just like here in Manama Valley and other areas. According to half a mile each of the Yosh Eagle, the Hojonago. Kaya Yizo, Adonana, Adolegam, Nana Chat, but the Hanet, Zanego, Kaya Yizo. Oh, that ego the Yego, but that is Ako, but that is and these are grazing officers than Linigi. So Edi Papa has Zito Lescodo, Adonana Quadona Gata, tribal parks. We have tribal parks on the nation. Adonana one of the Manama Valley, Quado. Akuyat, Mekat, and the Gate is without a Kashin Lata Nahe. Homesite lease, Ben Hot it or less than Migo. Yego, Yahada, Leko. According to great two, Adonana Beslet Shida. Trade about us, Akoya, Denako. Kona Kedeban Alte, Adonana, the great generators, Nishiban Alte, Nagata every year, and maybe they go through like 3 generators. So AIC Peppa Baba, Beso, Yego, Ecodo 8 and that done how the kind of the buying generators and also hauling water on fire with the in that vehicle. So you ask can I no care Nike the great Manama Valley goya because I see Papa Nasi. So the great Manama Valley became a tribal park in 1958. Before that they took a grazing permit now the Nekaya grazing permit. Ekoya echata eko. So I don't yeah, but hon a park elia I don't labor about horch. I don't know Quadona Gaita. In 1962, I believe it was, the advisory council, all the way from Mexican Hat, all the way down to Lake Powell, the Page, Highway 163, Chienta Highway 160, Adonana 98, Adonana Nagaja Etope, a tribal park, Hayizo. I call Craig Oyenantla. I call they quite neckhead, they get Homesite leases. I call the Grego, Yamanma Valley, and other tribal parks, 8 or Tabet. I elevate at Elan Sonia, Quito. So I see Baba Sonia Quito. I don't know another area. What delegate Chairman Yazi brought up the great land off to the city there. The Hashina Day, Michigan, the great land department, as in Michigan. I see Dojo Kada, that no, yes, it's a hard that Sekodo. So, Bahat the no, in a baby in a heart, honey, I see Dojo Kada. The Hajot and Hanahodosh, it is the in Hash Edward, nature of other. Yes, it's a hard that Sekodo. So, yet just those 3 or 4 items that have figured out by night. That's Kidia. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. That, let me go back to you, Mr. Lona.
Thank you, Speaker and Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and all of those that are on the line listening. Delegate Yazi, great to hear your voice. Couple of your questions that I gathered was, first of all, let's look at the H&H property, 300 plus acres. It's good to hear that there is some planning to use that property. When we acquired that property initially, it was for industrial use, and then the property close to the road was housing. So it sounds like that might still be the plan. Then that way the lots can be developed real quick and homes can be constructed easily. That is all land that's held private by the Navajo Nation, so it's fee simple lands. The only drawback, some will say it's a drawback, some say that's fine, is that they are subject to property taxes to the county to be able to pay their property taxes. Currently, the nation still pays property taxes for all those that are living on fee lands. There's other people said, well, the nation pays for other people's property tax. I live in Phoenix. How come the tribe doesn't pay my property tax? I live in Albuquerque. How come nobody pays my property tax? So we're starting to get those kind of inquiries as to assistance with the taxes. So that would be the only thing to consider unless we get an exemption from the county for taxes. That has happened in other subdivisions, like in Rock Springs. So it's a possibility. The second question, the cemetery. I believe the survey was done, the 5-year. I think they were just waiting on the art clearance to be submitted. And once those documents are done, and then they'll be given the full-fledged land withdrawal. So as soon as they submit that document, they will then be able to utilize the additional 10 acres that was identified for expansion. So we're waiting for the chapter to provide those documents, sir, and then we will move those. Delegate Daniels, Yate, Ado, Dio Naiden Kit, Ako. the half mile Ninigi consents. The 22nd, 23rd Council Resource Committee. Half a mile and the source. I'd say 1 mile, 2 miles. That's consent. Nini yeah. But now go Hano Ketat any Chedaos, any Joeda no area. Hedo don't hound either Ado Sashania, the Dobel Bela, such thing, the Ado Suzy Slada. A condon Lashaho one it, I say that. Oh, a coin with the inside at the Bagani, yeah. I said, there's no impact to them because there may be 3 miles, 4 miles, some as far away as 8 miles. No, a half a mile to ensure that all those that are living closest to the proposed home site lease, any aid to ensure that they get contacted. RDC, half a mile. That was the comments changes to the regulation. So, it can be expanded with RDC's amendment. And then the second one, homes being put in areas that are should be protected for conservation. They should be preserved for future use, similar to the park. I guess it kind of has the same concern as the park would. And then putting homes in areas that could be designated as good economic development. So that quite economic development business zone. Chapter. We look to the chapter, the land use plans that they develop. So the chapter should have designated those areas. Club C, the grazing officials should know about the land use plan for their chapter. If they're going to the Club C meetings, if they're going and working with the delegates, the chapter officials, the grazing officials should know what the land use plan is for their chapter. Zone chapter a resolution could actually withdraw it now. The chapter can withdraw those lands and designate them. That's where the zoning comes in. They could zone those areas for development and no home sites. So there are provisions there, such as the 750-foot corridor can take place once we get that the corridor established for economic development purposes. In some cases, for utility corridors could be inside that 750-foot corridor. So some of those need to be revisited with RDC and to finalize some of those recommendations and plans that were there in the past. Although the home sites inside the park, I guess, is the same as the one day, and I think that's the kind of the verbiage in the legislation that was developed for the park for future preservation and conservation of a site of that for tourism, for kind of the nation's preservation of an area that's scenic. ako AD ako ka nakita hat ena on the kita hat indole on the kaya chidas indole akon the do saot asal hawan nato nestato hut do tato shishin hat no shin hat best on there to preserve its current condition of natural use. So when the tourists come, they see how our nullies and our chays reside. Net tourism. That nil is set that nil is the hojon yalla. Arod nechet akitahat ila arod neo ye. Ila het achitas ila. Ero that nil is. So that no benina what tribal parks in Haterizoto, what the Yilado. They not as lean a coalition committee, but that no castle as now. Similar to the 1962 designation of the tribal part, it kind of it's kind of part of the quadrilateral agreement at Lake Powell. They took that 1 mile buffer along the lake, along the river. Recreational you don't know, you did no agreement a day, yeah, it don't. A college, I don't know what you pay. You have not it. I know that Ebonina because you're at that tribal park of those niche that's that didn't need or that's all that or hot so. About Sahake so. Heda ita inash nesto hota ilaido ita the Washington papers under Linda. I don't stop at night. That's kita ila, but I there about that case. That's that also. She bought this case. So it all your egg and Ireland. Kaya san here not it. Hello, ebony not the culture. At Kaya hot so on your own park. On Hinge Park or at Hot Noda at the area. That's it. And the hot no, that's what alliance. Sina 80. On what the Navajo Nation Parks and Recreation, though what happened now, what the honey Joe Naklita. So the eyes are high, get up at the Hayanda, high get up part that needs and a corner, yeah, Sergeant Ado. Okay, yeah, never one door, should I turn out in the so what end the chapter done das the door one door al kata yeah what al take this thing so what I couldn't lay power but nage parts the letter boss safe not the door neatly get you even yahat son then the short lump at the door neatly not so far say support letter from the park that consents to the use of that area of what is the tribal part of it. No, without a conducting in the show there. Although the last one, the Tuba City Land Office, store Crown Point Land Office. I don't know when Mr. Delegate Yazi went to the land office, but they have been in the new building with the ASC down by the chapter now for almost since the workforce has come back from COVID shutdown. They have moved the office in next to the ASC office in Crown Point. It's a nice facilities. They had room. They allowed us to move in with them. So we're able to support them as well with information and land issues as they are addressing their projects with chapters. So it's a win-win situation. And that double wide is sitting up there by PD I know they moved all the files out of there here within the last couple of weeks, and they are planning on pursuing a new building separately, a separate building that can also house all the records there and secure in a secure environment. So I know they started on that process there from that office. Out of the land office in Tuba City, we are working with the chapter. COVID kind of affected that work. They renovated a whole new office building on the north side of the chapter. That was where the land office is supposed to move in. Last minute, all of a sudden, they want a lease agreement, rental agreement done in our current budget. We don't have a budget for paying rent. We didn't foresee that. It's an essential office and operation for Western Agency and for Tuba City. We're trying to figure out how to acquire some funds. The backup plan is to work with RBDO and see if we could get some room with RBDO there in Tuba City. I've been in contact with Ms. Young at RBDO to look at moving to their facilities if we're unable to pay the rent at the other location. So we've been working actively to try to get those offices in a more suitable office space. So Delegate Yazzie and Daniels. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, Lona, let me go ahead and go back to the floor now. Then I do have Honorable Otto So, then Honorable Eugene So, then Chairman Rick Ness. So, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you very much. This is Delegate Carl Newton. Can you add me to the queue?
Yes, I will. Well, Honorable Otto So, go ahead.
Mr. Halona, those of you that are on the staff and that made a presentation to the Naabik'íyáti committee. First of all, I believe listening to the presentation, I was trying to find the logic of this report and connecting it to ARPA. And I believe that was the main report required. That's why the Land Department was asked to come. Because when ARPA dollars come down the pipeline, how could we move forth with the tribal process with where tribal approval is needed for right-of-ways and so forth. And then the other is probably Homesite leases too. But all morning I just heard, I guess, dysfunctions or they're having issues with the program. I believe this, like I said, the issue was supposed to be how was the Land Department going to get ready for ARPA. And first of all, the current policy is in place, which many of my colleagues is speaking to. And they have concerns. And this policy was passed on the 23rd Council by RDC. I would recommend you guys to go ahead and move forth and maybe amend that policy, one. Number two, maybe drop legislation to rescind the policy. Ako e kwai ge di benda to kito na ho te da to ni kwai ge e ako e aja ya ba ya da ti ge e aja ya, you can address those. But this meeting here is supposed to be, how is land department getting ready for the ARP dollars? And that's first of all, Mr. Halona we really need to move forth on the one-stop shop that land department has been working on for many, many years. And we hear it on the we hear it with the oversight committee, we hear it with among the delegates, I hear it through the tribal programs, I hear it at the even the president said, oh, we're gonna have a one-stop shop where we're gonna build this place so that all the right-of-ways, everything will go through that program. And in this one-stop shop, we really need to push because ARPA, based on that is going to really help us streamline a lot of the processes, whether it's a business site lease, whether it's a land withdrawal, whether it's a right-of-way or anything. And in there, you need staff to man up that office. The other thing too is the current land department office. Leo, there's 5 agencies out there, 5 offices out there, and we might need to set aside funding in ARPA to hire an archaeologist, and maybe 5 archaeologists, or set up 5 contracts with archaeologists out there, people who are already are trained in that profession. The other is the land surveyors. The contract out that, yeah, maybe that's another route that we could try to utilize these dollars, so that maybe if council says we're going to go and fund $200 million in mobile homes we're going to purchase for Navajo citizens out there, and the requirement for a mobile home is an approved home site lease. So the process to get people homes, things like that, they need a home site lease first. ARPA money, Ziki. And I really would like to hear more of that, of a how much of ARPA do you want? The office of the one-stop shop, it's a fun the business site leasing. So I don't like such as the land withdrawals, and all these people are going to be coming through for the funds. A couple of weeks ago, the controller said you have 3 years now, and you're going to have to go through the regular 164 process. So meaning that due diligence is going to be meeting the regular timeline. They may not be doing the shortcuts for the 164. So I think we need to prepare your office so that your office can provide that expertise, so that whether we give money to a program that to an entity that's getting dollars through ARPA and doesn't have a business, doesn't have a lease in place. What happens there? Ako a di a baka ha isis shinan ko did ko bahan a behz ani it was passed on the last council, and it's the law. The Navajo Nation Council gave the final authority to RDC to approve that, and Resources and Development Committee of the 23rd Council acted and approved that law. It's the law of the nation. But if you want to change it, any delegate can move forward to drop legislation to amend the policy or rescind the policy. Mr. Halona ya hadna iki ohni lady Washington it speed up the process of the approval process for Homesite. If we want to give the approval back to the granting of the approval of the Homesite lease back to BIA, rescind the current policy, and we'll go back into the old way of getting the Homesite lease process. But a lot of the burden is on the homeowners. How can we infuse some of the ARPA monies so that the nation can pick up some of the burden of the costs, such as the archaeological surveys and the land surveys that we could contract out to a private land surveyor out there on Navajo, so that we can say, maybe contract out 10 Homesite surveys, 10 whether they're land surveys or art surveys to that archaeologist or land surveyor, and we could approve more Homesite leases. But the thing about it is that housing, and then we have homes out there, people that don't have Homesite leases that need water and electricity. And that's another thing that we could do too, is that, those could be identified, and the nation could use ARPA money to pick up that cost instead of the homeowner. And, paying for the ARC and the land survey and the T&E surveys. And that way, the family that has that burden to get a Homesite lease, that burden is picked up by the nation through the ARPA dollars. I'm trying to get a sense of this work session, Speaker. I was thinking that it was geared to ARPA, but beginning to come to just a regular work session, but that's just my thought of it. That's just my comment. The addition and Mr. Halona, thank you for moving forth and try to reopen up the office in Tuba City. We know that there's a little bit of issues there, but we'll get something open there. But again, a lot of it also is to the COVID issue. The other, there was a issue. There was a how could we start doing the process electronically? That way, people can submit their application electronically. You could reduce staff, and have a just the technical staff pushing the paperwork inside those offices in the 5 agency, but submitting documents electronically and so forth. And, that way they could, I think that's another plan that needs to be brought up and rolled out. Because right now everything's based off of hard copy paper. How can we try to move forward to that? I don't know with the new with the current Homesite policy, I really Congress really gave the Navajo Nation Congress gave us this authority. And as they gave the approving authority to the nation, it comes with guidelines that we have to go by. Washington, CFR 169. But if changes need to happen, Mr. Holona, that we need to start advocating to Congress to change those areas that are cited inside the current CFR. Other than that, the CFR thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. So let me go ahead and move on down to Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Should say.
Oh.
That question. So, should on the way. I was trying to listen to what we're doing with the ARPA funds, not the laws and the regulations, etc. The some of the art clearance that AD's clearance again. I think I asked Dana if it comes up, we might have to put some money on it regards to get some surveys at the and art clear that is clearance data. We might need some of those in order to really run with it. But it is meant the shield so called a call in the other in the they hold on or in last and as and get all but some of that is none get to even not need about the year. So of course next to see nearly all in the house. But the nest at all the years now. But even now we need to run the water and the electricity down there. So these remote areas, even now this we need to aid at the and some might this all these coats, yes, it can come on the floor and Horinashi Mishitani Tosso to put legislation, drop legislation with regards to the home site. It's a bandit into adding a bandit in the compa passa on the toilet. That's when we're going to start debating on that home site lease if we're going to rescind it or amend it. I think to me, I think it needs amending. But that's in the future issue, not today. But right now, I would add for 2014 I don't know which one is Milgate or that grading committee stall it or consent date or literate other actually done that they know that's kind of be good to use, so we can get more home site players out there and more homes out there, electricity, water line out there. While this money is coming down the pipes now, we're going to only use it for a few years. I think that's what I was listening for. What Mike is his plan to run with it. How much house we can put down, how much electricity and water line we can push all the way out into the remote area. And or 80 Barnett, so or in there as a grading company for so many years on the
I went to go all these houses, and I know a lot of people were without lights or without running water, and it seems as though so that's where we need to go after, right, with this fund that's coming down. It's only based on how we can help all these people that are homeless out there. So those are the things that I think we should be discussing. So that's what I'm thinking, how we can run maybe water line and electric and houses for everybody out there that needs it, that in the remote area. And lady get out energy. So it's up and fund these needs before this money runs out or expires. That's what I'm listening to. Speaker should say, and I always think, by layman's term, I always think that the Navajo tribe is a treaty tribe, not a contract tribe. I think maybe I can ask Dana someday to define that for me. But that's how I see it. We're not a contract tribe. We're a treaty tribe. One thought it could be hospital. I should say, Speaker, I don't mind though. How can we get everybody's house over there, electric and water, and put some more homes out there with this money that's coming down the pipe? How much can we put down? And that's what I want to hear from you, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Eugene. So let me go ahead and go back to Mr. Halona. Mr. Halona, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, to hunza o asto da daida spiriti yeah. Se hu case o da o di haida. Aro la ya yaskio. Khalit ala ador snitsa what ako. Yeah la delegate Aro so yeah la I see 30 ya do was pads and out at the Inashnish, I say, Ben Seed Nishot, I think he called what I say, the Spahazan, but a cohate that we late Achudo, the peso gino, Tahagija that dina. Ebony Nache, it will argue any binsi, Kaigin, Cossin Sabinsi, Kaido, Light up Navajo, two, no. What Ako Katin that ne plegi bahazan nendad neshigi I we need extra staff. We need more people to be able to train and to be able to assist in the processing. To Naabik'íyáti to kode but that nini do hun tatagahagi to I but the so the chapters of, well, come tell the people what do we need to do, how do we do the application, how do we fill it out. So if I sent one Homesite agent over there, there's nobody, the office is closed down. It's closed down almost 1 day out of the week because they have to go to Wonder to make a deposit. And it's indicate on the Tuba City, Wells Fargo, the shunt. Shiprock Wells Fargo, Chinley Wells Fargo, the base of Yandani Dale. I don't know, so he what into listing and not base of Yatasi, Kon and also the car that the no stop. So when they travel, they're out one whole day. Your office is closed. Why is it closed? Why is there nobody answering the phone? You only have one person. One person, they just can't realize that we have only one person at the offices. So that's where our plan is for the budget that we were asked to develop for the ARPA. So the plan was to increase staff at the agency levels, for one, and to speed up the electronic process that Delegate So mentioned, is to finish the testing, get that up and going, even that somebody needs to go out and help people if they need it, how they could do things electronically. So that's in our plans, as well as surveyor. We need a registered surveyor that we can pay market value for, so they'll want to come to work for us, or that they'll take the contract to handle the surveys. I think contracting is probably the best way to go. Then they already have the equipment, they already have the staff, they already know the area, and it's our own tribal members that are running these survey companies anyway. Those that we can contract, we can send them to these areas where a survey is needed to bring a home into compliance with a lease. The second part is the one-stop shop, and I don't know if Ms. Yazi is still on. She can probably address what her plans are for the one-stop shop and what she put into the budget. So I'll give her some time to get prepared, and I'll answer the other question. Ado Nanda, Delegate Eugene, so Chinlido. What da hui das nanta hate chudo in so hate that is nicht. Akodi in our presentation we had a slide number 34. Akone number 34. There's 3 different scenarios. There's one that already has a home site lease rate or none. We just put them on the list for infrastructure. Number 2, chose in neketa hat hong one keta hat ako hard the naste basic cheese hat the same tota ako I don't need to get a lease. Why I'm not going to get any infrastructure done and that cut is just grazing officer. A consent sign either at least the Ataho once in it. Atan Kega chose in Atan Chadawas and Nil either at least since 1970 or whatever. Akwadina Nashini get 8 at least. We need to, if we get the funds, we can now have a survey firm that we can refer to and say, go see this family at this here's the GPS reading to that location. They know exactly where to go, and then they'll do the survey. Then they turn the survey in. Archaeology letter, what's not this? Fish and wildlife, yes, these don't not so. And our environmental review can then use his CADEX authority and deemed it as a CADEX, and we can process the lease. We can do that pretty quick as long as we have that legal survey and the consent letter or form from the grazing officer. So we can get it done quickly. Kaonagi is the one that has no lease in the they follow the current process. They might need some help with art clearance. So we should contract our Navajo archaeologists to do that work for them. Same thing with the legal survey. They may need help. Art clearance anywhere from $300 to $500. Legal survey anywhere from $400 to $600. Some as high as $800. Depends on who. Ako 80 up the peso hata yiniso da ila hunza holje. Ako 80 peso pani nilo 80 kwaike to nila no we're going to add some people. We're going to add some families that don't have a home site lease and don't have a home yet. So that's the 1, 2, 3 that we have identified and the process to be able to take them through. And I don't think we really need too many different rescinding unless the consent is still being issued for number 3. They're trying to get the location and they can't get the consent. Sahoda no ya ko intimate domain sha ha ne sto. So ya ji hot do ba za ni to ta ka te te. Ko di ji che ta ni ni ta ba ka to wa. A ji lo te ba hot de to le o ba sa ke so. A hon ne he do de ni de to ba sa ke so hot long at chu do ji ji de ne. Ms. Yazi, are you on the call?
Ms. Yazi?
Elrina Yazi, are you on the call?
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead and can you address the question about your plans for the one-stop shop and all of that? How are you going to handle the infrastructure development?
Yes, I can do that. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, this is Elrina Yazi, Department Manager for the General Land Development Department. I will try to make it as quick as I can. I know I've been on the call since 9 a.m. I submitted what we're calling the one-stop shop for leasing and permitting for infrastructure development and on fee and trust lands from the Division of Natural Resources a couple of months ago. As we talked about the general leasing regulations, we've improved most of the efficiency and timeliness, but we still have issues through the electronic trouble review process. We've developed a process up to this time that where locating them, archiving them, and record keeping is efficient, but the process itself still has a lot of hiccups in terms of trying to get other departments to move on reviews. We have offices that will keep them up to 60 to 90 days. Right now, during these lag times, we do have staff here that are working 24/7 full-time to what we call nudge these reviewers and approvers on the system, which is basically just kind of just giving them a push saying, we need to get these through, We have everybody from NTUA to the Bureau of Reclamation to Indian Health Services, and it gets frustrating for them because it's very time-consuming. They're trying to meet deadlines, funding deadlines. They're trying to move on some of these projects. The other issue we're having is some of the departments that are in the review process will reject leases. There has been no change in terms of the paper manual process into the electronic format. However, there's all kinds of issues we've been dealing with. They're using the wrong form. There's an incorrect document. They prefer a different type of old school form that they used a long time ago inside these lease packets. So we're still struggling through that, even though it's on an electronic process. The idea is, the other thing that we're getting from different departments is that it's not their priority, it's not within their job description to be reviewing these executive reviews. So their response time is very, very slow when it comes to trying to process these through the electronic process right now. But moving forward, in terms of trying to make the one-stop shop a reality, what I did present to RDC was that leadership needs to make a decision. As some of the delegates are saying, we've been talking about this one-stop shop. We've just been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. Since I've been with the nation 5 years now, we've been just talking about it. We've even had discussions with the DED and other offices that are going to be affected. As Mr. Holona had said, what I did is back in 2016, we developed 2 different types of plans of operations for GLAD. One of them is the current staff that we have right now, which is there's about 8 of us, including 1 person plan of operation. That was actually the whole one-stop shop. And I presented that to the previous RDC and to this RDC in terms of introducing new positions, the transition of positions, the new authorities, the new duties. It's going to be, we're going to have heavy involvement with the Department of Personnel because we're going to be submitting reclassified positions. We're going to be doing budget. We have to, alongside of that, all this administrative stuff, position classification questionnaires, PCQs, we have to be able to be ready to notify employees of any layoffs or changes in positions, advertising new positions. And then the other thing I talked about was offices and physical locations. One of the options that I had offered was the closure of some of the land department's obsolete buildings. As was stated in this presentation, we're aware of the deficiencies at the agency Homesite offices, and what we're planning on doing was combining with the RDBO offices and in terms of processing all leases together, we're going to include RDBO, Homesite, all leases on Navajo Nation, and utilize the current RDBO offices that are at each agency. And a lot of this was just, roundtable discussion. We did meet with the former executive director, Crystal Dace-Cheatney. We also met with Mr. J.T. Willie on it, and it just kind of went as far as discussion, and that was really about it. So, a lot of this I did put in writing. I made a little synopsis in terms of, all of this that I'm speaking about. We do have the idea of the one-stop shop would be to eliminate the lengthy approval processes and efficiently systemize some sort of workflow within where all reviewers and approvers will be introduced to the leasing process, which includes the environmental review, it includes the legal review, the money, the accountability review. Some of these leases, they have administrative fees. Some of them have land rental fees. We have been pulling in Office of Controller, including Racita at DPM. And as I stated, it's just been a talking circle. I did put in a budget. For the ARP in terms of the new funding, the positions. I've included different options in terms of different organizational charts, how it can work, what it could look like. Everything from, shall we just do a one-stepper now and just add positions and then move on to the whole one-stop shop that also includes DED, that also includes Mr. Holona's enforcement officers, because those are some of the issues that we need in terms of trying to move some of these things, because we don't have lease compliance officers, we don't have enforcement officers to go out there and go check on those places that are doing bootlegging. We don't have enforcement or compliance officers, to flag leases and say, hey, Verizon, so-and-so such leaseholder, you need to pay your annual rental. It was due, December of 2020. So all of these I've included inside my one-stop shop in terms of additional environmental reviewers, accountants, a legal person, a GIS person. We need somebody to verify land status. That's always an issue that always comes up because people are not, familiar with land status. And so alongside of all this, on the administrative side, I am prepared in terms of, having applications on our website, checklists, putting the regulations online, everything that you need as far as Homesite, TAA, right-of-way, permits, APDs, everything that you need for, even right now, the bigger thing that's starting to happen right now is we're getting a lot of land withdrawals from individuals, Navajos, that are trying to develop and trying to come into compliance with their family plots, their cemeteries that they have, and they're starting to realize, okay, I see the need, as Mr. Helona had described earlier, in terms of, well, you can't bury bodies, or you can't do that. I'm getting off the topic, but we're prepared. That's my overall, is we're trying to focus on these visions, and we've been doing it simultaneously as I had described in the past. A lot of what we had inherited, were misorganized records. When somebody asks us, well, we have a right-of-way that's coming up for expiration in 2021, and it's been 25 years. We need to renew it. We're digging through the bins. We're doing all this kind of stuff, trying to find all of these records. So those are some of the things we've been working on the past couple of years. Everything from churches to towers to rights of ways to service line agreements to chapter tracks. They'll come to us and they're community land use plan members. So those are some of the things that we're trying to look forward to in terms of trying to get the one-stop shop. At the same time, simultaneously, along with the administrative side, the other thing we focus on is revenue generation. When we were told NGS is going to close, how else are we going to get, revenue generation instead of, every year requesting for supplemental budget and asking to try to make this a reality? The other thing that we did was we contracted the company Vertical Bridge to help us with our tower lease generation, revenue generation of old tower land lease rental that a lot of these carriers, there's over 1,200 carriers. And recently, we just had ComNet, and they paid 8 towers of back old revenue over $700,000. So some of that, we were trying to work with OOC on fund management plans and trying to, put that back into this leasing process. We've already identified all the loopholes. We've already identified the slow leasing process, the renewals, the lack of regulations, the waivers, the compliance, the enforcement, the poor record keeping. I mean, it's identified. We just need to, we've been also innovative at the same time, trying to be proactive instead of just, kind of sitting around just waiting, for monies to be drawn down. So we're prepared. We've also been in conjunction with other offices, such as I stated, the Office of Controller, the Tax Commission, and also Mr. Holona's GIS department that we've been using their Navajo Nation system. So those are some of the things that I've been working on as far as the one-stop shop. We do need it, and I think every day, us and Mr. Holona were presented with land disputes. And that's one of the things that, we need compliance officers. We need somebody to go out there, not just rangers, just to, give us a little paper of violation, but, we need somebody, to go out there and to start assisting us in terms of these land disputes. Every day, it seems like, every other day, it seems like that's what we deal with a lot of times. And alongside of that, as I had said, the dilapidated, unsafe working environments, and we worry about our staff. We worry about our Navajo Nation employees that are in these conditions. It's not that, we're not paying attention to that, and we have a lot of good staff. They do a lot of work. Mr. Holona has a whole Homesite staff, and they're experts in what they do. They speak Navajo, they do their due diligence, as far as reaching out to grassroots people. So those are some of the things that I've been working on as far as the Navajo Nation, one-stop shop. That's kind of the overall, picture, as I keep reiterating, is that, what we're trying to do is we're trying to, with the one-stop shop, we're trying to avoid, contradicting ourselves and telling people, you have to go to Fish and Wildlife, you have to go to HPD, you have to go to EPA. I'm sorry, but it's going to take 1 or 2 years, if we're going to, process your home site lease. Please be patient with us. Our lack of enforcement, all of the other issues, that deal with the Navajo Nation leasing process that impacts all of our communities. And ultimately, as I always tell my staff, our vision and our focus is the quality of Navajo Nation people, and that's kind of what we do every day. That's what keeps us motivated, in terms of what more can we do? What more can we? How else can we be proactive? How else can we be innovative in terms of, assisting our people. And I always tell my staff, we don't work for a company, we work for the Navajo Nation, we work for getting those people rights of ways. We work for them, for them to get water hooked up, to get electric hooked up directly to their homes. And some of them, we've gone to a lot of the openings when they did their ribbon cutting and things like that. And, it's really heartfelt, because some of these elders, it's the first time they've ever turned their Christmas tree on, and things like that. That's our big motivation, when it comes to, all of this chaotic, trying to get this and trying to do that, and what we call red tape, and trying to overstep some of these obstacles that we have. So I don't know if that helps out a little bit more in terms of, okay, well, what is the one-stop shop? It's just a concept of, let's put all the leasing in one place, because we've already identified all the issues and all the problems, and at the same time, simultaneously, we just didn't want to sit here, and just kind of wait for things to happen. So we've been proactive. We're ready, and I think once we get our positions, I think, we know what to do administratively, in terms of getting an updated plan of operations, in terms of working with DPM, getting these PCQs, what are the positions for, what are they going to do, what are their duties and responsibilities, so that's what I put the budget in for. I asked for additional, I've asked for some legal folks, some records people, some more environmental specialists, some leasing agents, contract compliance officers, and an accountant. So that's what I put in as far as this round for the proposed GLAD budget for the ARP funding. So I hope that helps you in terms of trying to understand the one-stop shop, and I can stand for any questions. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shazzy. With that, we go back to the floor. I have Chairman Rick Diz. Chairman, the floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Yates Nanta, Honorable Speaker Damon, Aro Peshbans Annasani, Sinanta Sto, Aro Mr. Halona, Yate Hun Hisna Soshna, Romis Yazinado. Yani, Bainit, Ohun Zaholjishkan. Apple pie, that is the Skiza Oligan Hala Arpa. De Kujo de Kuji and the no Chasana Hala. Oh, what avances case. I see always told can't hard to see base or thought things on lage be as controls either. Here and the Schneider late, Mr. Alona. I know both of you have a heart for the nation, to do the right thing, as well as abide by the policies that are set forth within the Navajo Nation and from the federal laws as well. Mr. Halona, any CARES Act is in, but how much did the Navajo Nation make off of the rights of ways? How much did the Navajo Nation make as off of the service line agreements? If not, with this apple pie money here, I really would like your support as well, and letting us know. So I said that it's not Jack with the rights of way, get the Nehegi Navajo Nation. As you between put all nice rights of ways, again, quite all waiver they had neither. As a hot Bonson case, a store, not Sakaro, Mr. Alona as well, Miss Yazi. I do a crow behind the Miss Yazi. The one-stop shop at any Naabik'íyáti Kito option 1 or 2 Hajikoshin in the Nil Kadna. From my understanding, based upon so right now, if we have this money from ARPA, I'm willing to introduce legislation to move this one-stop shop forward. Just send me the documents, just give me the green light and tell me, Mr. Nez here. There's on in legislation. Sabetan Hadit. I'm here. We're here for that purpose. How can we make it better? How can the nation also flourish from these rights of ways and service line agreements? Oh, waiver, no waiver. Then the nation gets nothing. Sometimes, I just really don't agree with the way the status quo has existed all these years. Waivers. No. Then now we don't have any money generating from NGS or Kayenta mine. I saw that the Division of Economic Development is proposing all these be wavered. I don't agree with that. We can move these projects forward, I believe, even if we tell these enterprises, the nation will benefit. It'll be a win-win situation for all parties involved. Mr. Halona and Ms. Yazzie, both of you are welcome to respond to my statement, my questions as well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. With that, let me move on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I will apologize to you and also the presenters. Speaker, as you know, I've been having issues with my phone, and so I keep getting kicked off, and then it's taking me about 20 minutes to get back onto the call. So I've missed a large portion of what has been discussed. But I did hear the questions that were posed by Delegate Otto. So, and that was also my question as well. Is I'm looking for specifically one, what is the amount that's being asked for ARPA funds, and then two, what is the plan for using those funds? I know at one point we did have a discussion with NTUA, and NTUA did state that what they had proposed to land department at one time was to tell them what areas they're looking to to clear out so that they can give them information about what it's going to cost for electricity and water. So I feel like we've kind of been going in circles about how we can try to assist people to try to get their home site lease. And I know that is probably the biggest hindrance right now is homes on the Navajo Nation. We tell our kids, go get educated, come home, and then come and work for your people. But we also make it very difficult for them to do that. We ourselves, and it's been stated several times on council that people, will say, I've heard, the more education a person has, the more ignorant that they are. And so what I always question is that what you say to your kids or to your grandkids when you encourage them to get educated? The other things that we also hear, these things come out. And granted, some of us are not, fluent Navajo speakers, but when we go to Washington, D.C., when we go to the state capitals in Arizona, Santa Fe, and Utah, I have never ever heard any of them say that they, want us to speak in Navajo to them. Everything is done in English. Everything, there's a expectation of understanding the process. And I can admit when it comes to the lease, leasing for home site lease, I have gone round and round because I do not fully understand, where the hiccup is. And I feel like we are telling our people, as stated by Ms. Yazzie, by Ms. Ellerina Yazzie, we're telling them, go to this department and go get this paper. And then when you're done, bring that paper back and go to this department and go get this paper signed. And it's like we're telling our people to just, run around. And the process takes so long that, it becomes discouraging. And so what I once asked the land department was, give me a checklist. Tell me, okay, I'm a new person. I want land here. How do I go about getting a home site lease? Give me a checkoff list that I can go by. That way I know. And then on that list, also tell me what it's going to cost me so that I know up front what I have to do, and then also what it's going to cost me to get it done. And so I know that there's information shared on the land office that kind of gives you guidance on what to do, but there's so many policies and procedures in between that, so much red tape that it makes it almost impossible to complete all of the steps within a timely manner. And then the other thing I think is a surprise to a lot of our people is the cost that's associated. So the individual who wants a land, is not only having to jump the hurdle of getting consent, but they're also having to jump the hurdle of what it's going to cost to do that. And I know that, getting the clearances done, it's not cheap. There is the archaeological clearance. In some cases, there's the environmental clearance. There are so many clearances that are involved, and that cost is just increasing. And then on top of that, once you got your land, you got it established, you got past, everything, you're like 4 years into this process, you sit down with NTUA and you learn that the water cannot be connected to your land for various reasons. Maybe the right-of-way is not in place, or, again, it leads back to the consent issue. Maybe your relatives are not wanting to allow you access. So then there's another hurdle to jump. And then the other thing is the cost of putting in an electric pole line. I know at one point, there was one family that was quoted $12,000 to pay for an electric pole, just so that they could have electricity. And the worst part was they needed 3 electric poles to get to where their land was at in order for them to get electricity. In my mind, and I've stated it on the record before to council, it costs more money to live on the Navajo Nation than it costs to live in Washington, D.C., where I once lived, or to live in Texas, where I once lived, or to live in Wyoming, where I once lived, or to live in Kansas, where I once lived. Living off the Navajo Nation doesn't cost as much money than it does to live on the Navajo Nation. And that, to me, is really a disservice that we are doing to our people, because we know as leaders that our people do not have the funds, nor do they have the resources to finish these types of, to get land. And we're making it almost impossible for them to do it. And again, we encourage our kids, we encourage our colleagues to come back and work for the nation when we can't even provide them homes. And I've made this argument with NHA before, because I don't understand how the Navajo Nation can say that we sit on billions of dollars, and yet our people are living in, third world standards. And some people, don't even have homes. It's easier to bring a storage shed onto a piece of land and just build a home, knowing you're not going to have electricity, knowing you're not going to have water, because of all of this red tape that's involved. So with that, I do want to say that I just need to know two things. And if I can get this emailed to me, I would really appreciate it, Mr. Halona. One is I want to know, how much money your department is going to be asking for of the ARPA funds. And then with that money, what are you planning to do with that money? And then my second question is the question that I've been asking almost every enterprise or even department or division that has come before us is, as a legislator, what can I do to help change the laws? Because that's my job. My job is to, to help with changing the laws and changing the way that things are not working or working on the Navajo Nation. And it seems like, asking that question to divisions and departments, sometimes they'll work with you and they'll say, okay, this is where we need help. And then sometimes they don't want to work with you. And sometimes we hear, about these memos, or we see these memos from the executive branch, from the president's office, or from the division directors saying, don't work with council. And yet we're out there telling the people that we're working together. So what I want to know in writing, again, is one, how much money does your division or department need from ARPA, and what are you planning to do with that money? And then two, I want to know what laws I can only speak for myself. What laws can I assist you with? What laws can, need to be changed? If it's laws at the federal level, then tell me so that I can start making arrangements to have meetings with our federal delegation to tell them, look, these are the issues that are currently happening on the Navajo Nation. Congressmen or senators, you want to help develop housing. Well, here, this is what you have to help us with. These are the laws that we need changed. This is what is negatively and affecting our Navajo people. And if these laws are waived, that will help Navajo Nation to build the homes that are needed for the people on the Navajo Nation, and it'll address so many of the different health issues, the societal issues that are happening out there. That's what's going to help with helping our people. And the last thing that I do want to say is, I was always raised, to the teachings that I had about a home. As a woman, I was taught that the home is the most important, part of a family. You have your mother. Your mother is a part of that home. They represent that home. All of the teachings come from that home. We bury our umbilical cords, on the land where our home is located. And as previously stated in our work session regarding homeless veterans, one delegate said, there is no such thing as a homeless Navajo because we always have somewhere to go back to. And I believe that because that's what I was taught as a woman. Within your home, you're going to have your children, you're going to have your livelihood, you're going to have, there's going to be so many things within your home. Everything is going to start with your home. And so it's really funny because it's no wonder we're having the issues that we're having in our society today, because many of us don't have the homes that we need to start our teachings, where all of our teachings began, where all of that foundation is laid, where we can actually say, this is my home, this is where I come from, this is who I am. Come in, let me feed you, let me give you water, let me give you, warmth in the winter, let me shade you in the summer. Come to my home. As a woman, that's what I want. That's what I pray for. That's what I ask for when I pray to God. And I think that, it's really shameful that we are creating so much red tape that's making it impossible for our people to have that foundation. We talk about, fundamental laws. That's part of that foundation. And so, again, anything that I can do to help assist with changing the laws at the Navajo Nation and advocating in Washington, D.C. at the federal level to change the laws that are needed, just please tell me. Tell me what I can do to help. And I promise you I will do what I can, to get out there to advocate. And although I'm only one voice, one voice is better than none. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. I was talking on mute to myself too. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that,
Speaker, really
I
quickly, Speaker.
Hello?
Quickly, I apologize. I have to get to another meeting with some officers. So I'm going to extend this time, which is why I'm asking the writing. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so let me go back to Mr. Halona.
Speaker, Freelo.
Thank you, Speaker, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee. Ya nana te holon jano na not on in that kita. John, let me go to Chairman Nez. His questions and comments about the assessment of rights of ways. And when you look at the Navajo Nation budget, you'll see land rentals. It used to be almost ranked number 5, number 6 as revenue. And now you look at it, it's almost in the 1 and 2 top portions. And most tribes is where they function from revenue is from the leasing, rental, use of lands, like rights of ways. It used to be that when a right of way is granted, any portion of it used for commercial use would have to be assessed a rate for payment to the tribe. Somewhere along the lines, we got away from it, and the recipients are the beneficiaries. Is really just the company that receives the rewards. Of course, in exchange, they tell us about the number of people that will be employed, the tax that will come to their nation. But that right of way is still a 20-year use of land. For 20 years, they'll be benefiting. So, and I think Delegate Charles Newton kind of mentioned the costs for infrastructure. Is that cost really being absorbed based upon what is returned? Peso chapter do peso which what is on the Edo ta na ape peso you had to show neatly. Ado in the it's in the with public Ado sa nada now you can't lie but look at you don't own this line anymore. You paid for it, but it's now belongs to us. But then I can't know which aid net peso baby. You can't nada allow a peso you not and I think CARES kind of showed us the lack of infrastructure development. It was very clear. Eben Yenny Nelet a hard sit off. So what Yanseta case at Naabik'íyáti what Edo about Saha Casey that could do rights of way they hate or need to had no. A co Edi chairman Nazi had see. The cut peso no tahaki. Ado la asna or right of way. Assess it all need Hashin that. Cut a legislation so no a 50% koto. They're not going to pay 100%. The legislation says they pay 50% of the right-of-way costs. cho hat ne ako AD Asiago a peso ya na han te in lay general funds go na hin te a aja a ako peso a aja a chito for the Navajo Nation government chapters use in the general fund pot. So we get additional funding from the money that's coming down. Indirectly, it goes through requirements of rights of ways for fiber, for water lines, or for utilities, and then they're assessed. To up to pipa peso data le Washington then he chen hoja peso that ADK install leso a no Washington number Washington aje denota AI na ako it's a great idea. We found a way that we can also retain some of that money directly into the government use. So it just needs to be known, I guess, that in the legislation that all rights of ways and travel and TAAs will be assessed a right of way fee. If it's still 50%, then it's 50%. Unless that's rescinded, and it's 100%. But those assessments will be done by minerals. That's how much the fee is, and then they pay that. It goes into general funds. And then he talked about the other rates. And the CARES Act, I don't know how peso, it was given to Enterprise Tower that say, I just peso no peso, quite not source is now. Quite short rental and dollars, get a shade or the don slade at your dinny and short or late. Ako what's ako bini na height lot or 100 that's had it out legislation that's on that side they had it out what that that she laid or late chocolate laid general funds in there nothing they show what that got it then those and they let that Ado Heda Hune Tower using that the stations on. Ajato a legal that allow what could you now honation which and all yet into English a pace of yeah. It are thoughts needs how as Yago. Benina a revenue generation, Johan. That's enterprises were developed to create revenue generation to the government. Chairman Nez, according to the case, we have an opportunity. Auto one-stop shop, you get not source. Kate send the children get on by Miss Yazi. According to art echo that's the others yatole business side leasing it on the us Shanghai that I think that was option 2. Was should be quite it's not those some of these positions will be changed or moved or eliminated to make the one-stop shop work like it's supposed to. Some of the comments by Ms. Newton, she talked about the cost of infrastructure, and the costs. Most of our land office will explain to you that the cost of an art clearance is going to be between them and the contractor. Some are, like I said, 300 up to 600. It's hard to put a price on. Same thing with surveyors, from one price to another price. We gather how much their private companies, they charge for their expenses, their time, so it's kind of hard to tell them that it's going to be this much. But they do know that they have the art clearances and legal surveys come out of their own pocket to be able to do that. So, you know, and people are paying for those and paying for the full 75 years rental, $900. Oh shit, they love it. There is a checkoff list for Homesite leasing. If you go to our website, NNLD, click on Homesites, and they'll have you all the information you need. Step 1, step 2, step 3. There's actually boxes that you can check off of what you need to do and where to go, who to contact, emails, phone numbers, or there. So I believe she got off the call, but maybe somebody can keep notes. I think it was like 1.2 million is what we're requesting. What we plan to do is increase the personnel at all the agency office, include legal surveyor, a registered land surveyor is included. The compliance officers that are required, that are mandated, are included in the whole budget. And so, the changes, of course, what are some changes that we need to make? Ms. Yazzie spoke about it too. The 164. There needs to be a revision of the 164 for land leases and land permits and land withdrawals. There needs to be a change in the 164 review process. We have double reviews that are set up because of the 164. We need to eliminate the double reviews, have a single review, which you will get with this one-stop shop. So we either fix the 164 review process or develop the one-stop shop would address that part. The other part would be the consents again, and the federal land use regulations, CFR 169, rights of ways, service line agreements would need to be addressed. The antiquities law needs to be adjusted for Navajo. The threatened and endangered species, section 107, you know, those are big laws that federally would be really huge for change, and also very enormous dedication to make those changes and convince Congress that those need to be changed for Navajo or for Indian tribes. And with that, and how would it make it be easier to get home sites and leases done? Is the local chapter in their land use plan. They need to designate where housing will go and support it with the resolution. You get the preliminary consents taken care of, and that will make it easier for people to develop homes that move back, that don't want to move way out, away from the infrastructure. They want to stay closer to town where all the infrastructure, the conveniences are, but it's close to the community, so they'll be able to help develop the community as well. More homes means increase in economic development, and we can be able to provide more additional information on that. So hopefully I have addressed all their questions and comments. Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Solona. That I don't have anybody else in the queue, but I do have Honorable Freeland. I do believe. Honorable Freeland, did you say you wanted to get in?
Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Halona, Ms. Yazzie, for your presentation. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm at a planning meeting here at Vicente. Wanted just to chime in a little bit. And for us out here, of course, it's always a complexity of land status. And I think this really question should be given to BIA is how do we deal with allotment situations, and how are we going to address this in the ARP, if our people are wanting to, let's say a veteran wants a home built on his allotment, how are we going to handle that as well? I know it's going to be under the jurisdiction of the BIA, but some consideration when we finally put this legislation together, some consideration as far as how are we going to deal with allotments and how are we going to deal with other land statuses as well. I know I did do some research on this topic related to consideration of rights-of-ways, and I know there are federal laws that we have to abide by within 25 CFR, section 168 and 169 and 170, I think. But I also talked to the BIA related to pending homesite leases and category exclusions. And speaking to my chapters more and more, I'm learning a lot more about how we can deal with that. I guess my question to Land Department is, could we deal with those internally, or do we have to get permission or authorization from the BIA? So I wanted to ask that question. My second question, of course, was how do we deal with the category exclusions as well? I had always thought that ARP could be a mechanism to help our people, especially with infrastructure development. We also have the Jobs Act or the White House Infrastructure Plan. If we can hook up as many people as we can within 2 years to electric, to water lines, or even build bathroom additions, it's going to be a win-win for our people. So just something to consider, Shantai. We have many challenges, of course, across the Navajo Nation. And, you know, one of them, of course, is infrastructure. It's really hard to hear when our people have to haul water, or, you know, when they have to utilize other means to deal with electric, especially generators, having to go through numerous generators. So now's an opportunity. Now is the time to really look at this cohesively. Maybe have our chapters develop or start working with individuals locally and working with, you know, the rights-of-way situation, the process. How can we empower our chapters to work in unison with Land Department to get all these documents, or to get all these, you know, to get the checklist going? We're really going to need a lot of collaboration on this. And then lastly, I wanted to ask this also to Land Department, Mr. Halona. Do we have any regulation or compliance people out here at the agencies? Is there someone that goes and checks on these home site leases, or checks to see if, you know, if these applications are held in compliance? So Idia, thank you, Speaker, and God bless you, my colleagues, and everyone out there in the Navajo Nation. Have a great day. Thank
you, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time? Went twice. Well, 3 times. With that, back to you, Mr. Alona, and for want to respond to Honorable Freeland, and then for closing remarks too as well. And Ms. Yazi, if you have anything to add, the floor is open. Mr. Halona, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and members of 24th Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Freeland, for your comments and your questions regarding Eastern Navajo concerns and allotments. And, you know, and we tried to help the allottees, even with the census count, how they weren't going to be involved in the census. Those are some issues that the allottees have to deal with. And the management and the processing of residential leases all with BIA. The only time the Navajo Nation gets involved is art clearance, the art clearance, because they are HPD is contracted by BIA to do the Section 106 on allotments. Fish and Wildlife does biological resource compliance forms for allotments, because also they are contracted by BIA. So those two departments do help processing the requirements that are needed for development on allotments. And then from the land department side, what we do to assist with within allotments, either for right of way, but mostly residential leases, was that after the land buyback, the nation received many of the fractionated interests that were bought out on the land buyback. So we became allottees, and we have interests in over 3,000 something allotments. So every time there's going to be some type of land use there, those individuals come to the Navajo Nation, come to the land department to get consent that as an allottee, we consent to them developing on that allotment for residential lease, and we have to write out the whole consents, everything from assignments. Do they need to come back for mortgage? There's all these questions that we have to answer and sign off on these residential leases. So that's how we get involved. Perhaps the chapters that have allotments in their area should be working with the allottees now and let them know that there's going to be opportunity, and they should be prepared to do consents, and how can they be notified, and how can those happen quicker. For trust land, it's just the grazing permittee. There may be one, there may be two, three, or maybe four permits that they have, permittees that they have to get consent from. Allotments, they could be 20, they could be 50. So it's harder for them to get all the consents and get the majority percentage to be able to move forward on their residential lease. The general leasing regulations is a very important document for the Navajo Nation. In it, it allows our environmental reviewer to issue compliance determinations, which CADEXs are done by BIA. BIA issues CADEX. Our Navajo Nation environmental reviewer issues compliance determination forms. So it's just like a CADEX. So it's up to the nation working with the environmental reviewer to be able to get those projects passed through based upon the information that they have gathered to address the requirement aspects of it. Also, the other question was, do we have any compliance people out there? None. We have no one going out and checking on leases, expired leases. We don't have any staff that do that. And I know in the Homesite lease regulations, it was mandated that each agency have at least one compliance officer to go and investigate land disputes, to go and investigate complaints that are happening. Someone put a fence further than their lease area, so they could go verify, address, and then try to mitigate that situation and get back into compliance. So there isn't any. We do have that in the ARPA budget to address some of those needs. And so hopefully I've been able to address all your concerns. And in closing, I just want all the delegates to know that, at the end of that presentation, you had all my contact information. Feel free to contact me anytime for questions, for recommendations, whatever we can do to assist, to have talk to the chapter officials and the Club C. Club C is very important. But we start working with the Club C, and then something happens, and they get replaced with the new Club C. So we start, and then they want information, they want maps. We start all over with them again. So in some cases, and then there's others that have very strong leadership, and they have good cooperation, and everybody is working together, from the grazing official to the chapter official to the club seed to the farm board. They're all communicating. They're working together on projects, working off each other's strengths and skills and experience and knowledge to help move forward. So there are some that are doing very well out there. And, if we need to assist in any way to address or inform them a little bit better. Again, COVID was no help. We used to do 3-day work sessions with all the new officials that came in, that after inauguration that came in, and provide them a lot of this information about Homesite's land withdrawals and so forth, and what their role is at the chapter level, so they don't have to feel like they need to do all of this. They really don't. It's the applicant that has to do the work. The chapter just issues the chapter support resolutions, and their job is done. But a lot of times they're picking up the applicant's extra work, and they're running around trying to move those applications through because they want to see it to happen. We understand that, but we need to hold the applicants, all the companies accountable to make sure that they proceed those projects. They're getting paid to get those projects through and done, and they'll continue to reap the rewards after that service is provided. So I just want to make those closing statements, and thank you again to Speaker and the 24th Navajo Nation Council for your time and for asking us to come and be with you today and provide some information, and looking forward to working with you directly to help our people move forward the next few years with these opportunities that we have coming before us. Akiha.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for being here with us, Mr. Lona. With that, colleagues, we can continue on down on our work session. We do have now, moving on to item number C. Thank you as well to everybody listening in. If you're just joining us, we are in our work session. We just heard from Mr. Mike Colonna and Ms. Alrina Yazzie, both from the Division of Natural Resources, both talking about the obstacles and some, mostly possible recommendations too as well, in helping assist in getting through these times when our constituents are without any home site leases. So thank you very much for that. We are going to continue on our agenda for item number C is legislation 0023-21. This is a work session that was specifically requested through the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. It's a presentation on legislation 0023-21, which is an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee, Resource and Development Committee, Naabik'íyáti Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $2,644,380 from the CSN fund to Division of Community Development for the purchase of fire trucks and ambulances for the Ganado Fire District. And this is adopting through the CSN Ganado Fire District Emergency Vehicle Expenditure Plan pursuant to 12 NNC subsection 2501, 2508, which is sponsored by Honorable Vince James. So with that, colleagues, without further ado, let me go ahead and move on forward to give Honorable Vince James some time to explain the legislation. And if there's any questions, I can go ahead and go to the floor from there. Honorable James, and if you have any agents, the floor is yours at this time. Thank you. Honorable James.
Speaker, thank you. in regards to the legislation for Granada Fire Department, although the quid Bahasito Adadato Apache County Supervisor Alton Joe Shepard. That was yesterday. So Granada Fire Department though. Agent Marcarlo Roanhorst Dida Naabik'íyáti committee no Senigi Aji Inokedo Ibik work session Hatnego what they knocked conduct the big hall excuse me. Zeleko Ado Dana di has ani ani Tako Aida by Yasi Tieko or she in Hawi dish after or na house archie na addicted Lenigishi the Holodo hide all of the dish so highlight Hajota ba couldn't see nothing what you know the co-work session if you call Bahasito. I'll go ahead and give some time to Mr. Marcarlo Roanhorst.
Yate, good afternoon, Honorable Delegate James and Speaker and the 24th Council. Also, members who are listening in, She'eya Marcarlo Roanhorst, Sanjakin Nishle Twotsoni Bashish Chin, Kia Ani Dashache, Ado Sanajane Dashanale. On behalf of the Granada Fire District, I'm joined with Fire Chief Dwayne Woody, and he's on the line as well. And we're here. We were asked by the Naabik'íyáti committee to provide additional information with concerns about working with Apache County in the state of Arizona. And like Honorable Delegate James had indicated, we had a meeting with Supervisor Alton Shepard and along with the Apache County manager, Mr. Peterson, and we met and we discussed some of the issues that were brought up at Naabik'íyáti. And one of our concerns that that was brought forth was, what can Apache County do to support this legislation? And I don't know if Supervisor Shepard, or if he's on the line, if I could call on him too as well to briefly introduce himself. Supervisor? Or anybody from Apache County?
Yate, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Yate.
Oh, I was trying to look for, there you are.
There it is.
The colleagues, Navajo Nation Council, and I was thinking, everybody must be shy. Like, but Yate, Sunant Ano Senegi, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Achauni Zinigi Edo, Benachi, County Zinigi Kapan, Shino Chenji Kinidashi, Dasha, my dish usually that should check. There's a planet that should not hope. Joyat Edo, Benachin, Sokodo, ya, Ahide Ada Kudona, the Kid Konodo, Aj, was Tobet Fout George, Aj, his Ani, be on Shiki Hide Allah, had the Edo, Ashponet Zado, Benachi, then the White Ado, by 8 no. For Dada, Ilya, Ashi, as a go, but Doshi, not the Kichi de Benachi. Njana ato zehito adi kindilgi ya kehodon goshi kaigi bisastado ado belagan and dinigi ku atselaste aj konsulagi Mr. Ryan Patterson. He's our county manager. He's also on the line as well. I'll wait until called upon on clarifications or questions. Again, Honorable Vince James at Silla, develop his legislation, and we're going to go on his cue and also the council's question. Mr. Speaker, it's good to see you.
Thank you very much. Definitely, it's good to see you too. I almost say Chairman Shepherd, or in this case, Supervisor Shepherd. It's good to see you. Good to hear your voice as well. That back to the agents. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Again, we, as the fire district, we're proposing for this legislation, and we brought in this forth, seeking funding from CEJASIN funds in the realms of purchasing fire apparatus and emergency ambulance units. And when we presented this originally, a little bit of background on it, it was initially we requested for CARES funding. And at the time we were asking for a little over $3 million. And we had provided supporting resolutions for this funding. And the council at the time had exhausted all of the CARES funding. And in that realms, working with Delegate James, he proposed that we utilize this funding to go forth for CEJASIN's funding. Again, for CEJASIN's funding, it's for economic development. And knowing that Ganado is considered one of the central hubs of the Navajo Nation for economic development, it's feasible and it's reasonable to utilize this funding. And, with the fire district here, yes, the question that was posed was, if you're under the state of Arizona, why don't you get funding from the state, or why don't you get funding from the county? You're under the county. Yesterday, during our work study, Supervisor Shepherd had brought up a very valid point that, the supervisors, the Board of Supervisors for Apache County, they function as a governing body under a specific title. Fire districts are considered subdivisions under Title 45, Chapter 5. That's what we fall under. We are totally like our own sole governing body. We have a 5 governing board that the fire district we report to. And, like I've mentioned on numerous times, the fire district, we operate off of centralized taxations. Unfortunately, for us, for the district, we can't really tax our property owners that live on the Navajo Nation because we live on tribal lands. And so in that realm, the only revenues that we rely on are property tax that come from Transwestern Pipeline. And that is always going to be, it's decreasing because of the assessments on the value. So for us, it's slowly decreasing, but again, the district is able to function, despite we had some issues that we ran into where it was out of the district's control, out of the county's control. For the district, we are here to provide and render emergency services to the Navajo people. Yes, our district covers 5 chapters, but we're not limited to those 5 chapters of Ganado, Cornfields, Kintlachi, Steamboat, and Klagetoh. We're not limited to just those 5. We do go out. During the work study yesterday, we spoke with the captain for Navajo Nation. He also indicated that Navajo Nation fires, they support this legislation because every fire district across, or every fire department across Navajo needs the assistance, needs the support. And so knowing that our work colleagues, our brothers and sisters, that are surrounding us, knowing that they're supporting this effort, just should show that, this is a need for the fire district, not only for the fire district, but for Navajo Nation, for public safety. That's really what we're pursuing, is so that we can help contribute to this. We have numerous, structure fires, wildland fires, accidents, medical calls, trauma calls. It's for us, it's on a regular basis, and we have no control of it. But what we do have control, our 24th Council is to be able to render the necessary services. And so, I'm asking, to listen and to understand where we stand as a fire district, where public safety as a whole for the Navajo Nation, where we stand. And this is just to be, to ask, for the council, hears us out. I know there's a lot of questions, and that's why we have a supervisor here, and also individuals from Apache County to answer some of those questions. And, and I'm kindly asking that we move forward from Naabik'íyáti, and let's, move forward to council. We're all here for the same reason, for the benefit of the Navajo people. We're not here to benefit just, Ganado or benefit the fire district. No, we're here to benefit our customers, our people. And so with that, Chief Woody, if you're on the line, I don't know if you would like to add anything on. I'll go ahead and give you the floor.
Good afternoon, Navajo Nation Council 24. I just want to say that we do provide a lot of service to the Navajo people. We try to get out there. I'm one of those that want to be able to help the Navajo people and never say no to them. If it's to the point where we have to leave our service area to provide those needs, because I know the needs are there for those people. I know we've gone to many places where, unfortunately the structure is gone, but at least the people are there, are happy that at least somebody showed up to help provide the rest of the needed support they want. So I just want to add that we were trying to provide care to the people, service to the people, and I just want the council to realize that we are here to help the Navajo people. For that, I leave it up to Mr. Ornhorst again.
Thank you, Chief Woody, for that. And as far as for the fire district here, we have staff that are, we're all Native Americans, we're Navajo. We all serve the Navajo people, and our governing board, we have 5 governing board members who have oversight of our fire district. They're all Navajos, enrolled members of the nation. Our chair is Mr. Stephen Key. Our board clerk is Althea James. And our board members are Margaret City, Laverne Joe, and Larry Noble. And so those are our governing board, and we report to them. They're our oversight, and they're the ones who help us direct the district to achieve our goals and our mission. And again, our mission for the fire district is to ensure that we meet life safety, that life safety is our priority. And so life safety can be a number of things. Yesterday we were doing search and rescue. These are just some of the things that we do on our part. Not only is it fire suppression, but we do other community efforts. Getting out to the community schools, the public schools, to render services to them and provide awareness and information to the students. I mean, there's a lot of things that we do. And so, and I'll leave this open to council to ask us questions. We do have a number of us here today to answer a lot of the concerns from the council. With that, I'll go ahead and hand it back over to Delegate James the Cat.
Thank you very much. Honorable James, are you there? I mean, does that conclude your presentation? Anything else you'd like to add on?
Yeah, Speaker, that will conclude our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, thank you, Honorable James. With that, colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, any comments, questions at this time? I don't have anybody that's texted anything. Oh, Chairman Yazzie?
Yeah, Speaker and
Yazzie,
members of
the floor is yours.
Hey, Speaker, thank you,
Yes.
members of the council, and Mr. James on your legislation and your agent.
of course, I'll go ahead and vote in favor of this. But I just wanted to say my greetings to colleague Alton Shepard. Mr. Shepard, sir. Speaker, that's all I have to say, sir.
Okay. Mr. Shepard, you want to respond to that question? I was just going to see if he was going to pin you down or trying to get something out of you more than that.
It's good, always good to hear former colleagues of mine and continuing colleagues, and that's just one of the things that's important. I think working together, no matter what sovereign, what flag, what territory, what state, I think that's really important. But I guess at some point, I guess just to clarify the big question about where the county comes in and how the county comes in and how have we helped out. I think if I may maybe give about 5 minutes on that explanation, because I know there's a lot of delegates that are wondering how much money we're getting. I know it's there's a big amount of money that's coming from the federal government in upwards of 1.8 trillion. So how's that coming into the Arizona side? So at some point, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Supervisor Shepard, you're more than welcome at this time to explain for further detail if you need about a couple more minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Damon, to colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, it's always good to work there. I'm in Apache County. We have three board of supervisors. Of course, we have the former president, Dr. Shirley, in the North District 1. I'm in the middle from I-40 going up to Chinle, around Canyon de Chelly, south there. So I'm in District 2, and then southern part we have Nelson Davis. And we do have a county manager who oversees all of the daily operations within the county, as he's the main chief operation, so to speak. Just on the backside of our funding, our county gets about on average about maybe a little over $7 million from two pots of funding. And the 7 million that I'm talking about is from the Highways Users Revenue Fund, which is all the fuel excise tax and the licensing and everything from vehicle taxes, licensing, all of that is brought into the state and formulated by population and comes to us in the form of an average about $7 million, depending on how the sales of fuel goes. The other pot of funding is the general fund. We do get a portion of that, and that mostly comes from TPT funding. And again, the state keeps 50 cents of the share of that. 25% goes to the county as a whole, and another 25% goes to the municipalities and cities, which is St. John, Springville, and Eager by statute. And so on average, that's just a little over $1 million, less than $1 million that comes in on that section. So my office of the supervisor, is a general funded position, and on average I only get probably about 120,000, and that's salary and all the supplies and everything that's on with the board of supervisor for travel and what have you. But the main money that comes in is under HERF, and that's highly regulated. So it doesn't allow us to use any of the funding for anything other than road maintenance and public works for the county. And so we're very limited on the general fund side of it. And again, Title 11 is what governs the Board of Supervisors, its powers and authorities, whereas fire districts are under special districts, which is Arizona Revised Statute 48. And under there, based on what I've known or what I know about the tax or the fire district here in Ganado, they have a tax rate, and it's been maxed out. They have a tax rate of $3.25 And the majority of that comes from the Transwestern pipeline that goes across, and a little bit from APS as far as their transmission line that comes through down Kintlachie and across here within District 2. So that is what serves or gives in revenue for the tax district to be established back in 1980. And to date, it's on around 600 and close to 640,000 that comes in. But all the EREs and the personnel and the supplies and operation, doesn't go that much. And so, and with the state of Arizona, what the county has supported was to rectify all the issue with the lawsuit that Transwest saying that we were overtaxing. So on an average, over the years, about $463 was taken away from the funding over the years. And so hopefully, I think there is a majority of the state legislature that is in support of the settlement to finish, resolve that issue. It not only affects the fire district here, but it's gonna school district all the way to Yavapai County as well. And the bigger counties are the ones that are a little bit more getting hurt a little bit more by that funding that comes through that taxation. So again, with that, there's really no funding that really comes in. The CARES Act that came in, we got about 7 million based on our 7,000 population. About 6 million came in. That was all utilized through the enforcement, public health, public safety, the jail as well. So there was some response that was due to COVID and what qualified us under care side, and that money was replenished on that end with the CARES. Now that we're on to the American Recovery Plan Fund, there was a question I believe that council had at the time they were debating was that how much is the county getting? And in there, I don't know if the same stipulation goes the same as what is allowable, but out of that, what's allowable is one is the response again to public health emergencies or its negative economic impacts, meaning that the social distancing, the curbside pickup have hurt a lot of our small restaurants and towns and their businesses. And so again, how does that money, how are we able to utilize that? So that's one that allows us to use that funding that's coming up. Number two is provide premium pay to eligible workers in the county for those to provide grants with eligibility, meaning the premium pay. I think the nation has similarities as to the essential workers. And so there are considered essential workers here in the county. And it again allows them to have up to $13 an hour, not to exceed $25,000 per person. And so the third one that governs the allowable spending is to provide government services to the extent that revenue reduction as a result of the pandemic. And so, and then lastly is to make necessary investments in water, sewer, and broadband. Those are we are looking, and we're looking to get more definition, more of a define on what those are in general terms, and trying to narrow it down to how will we be able to use and recover 7 million from that for the first year. The second year, we will also get 7, or within the next 2 or 3 years after that is the other 50%. And so, those are some of the things that we're preparing for down the road. And so that is, I know that the nation is getting quite a few as well for tribes and territories. But as for Arizona, Arizona cities and counties and towns, there's 1.4 billion. And that's 50% of that will be utilized in the first year. After that, the rest of the 50% will be utilized. And in there, to be specific, Apache County will be getting approximately $7,033,205 the first year, and then the remaining 2 years will be amount to utilize and to respond to for the American Recovery Plan Fund. So with that, Mr. Speaker, that's I know that majority of the Ganado Fire District serves the population of about probably 98, maybe 99% of our Navajo members who are also Arizona citizens. We do have public schools that are located within the fire districts or adjacent to the district. And so, however the nation decides to move forward, I'm hoping and I ask for the support of this legislation so that we would have new fire apparatus and fire trucks, and because I know these were probably purchased back in 1980 when fire district was established. Back then, the cost of living and everything was probably about maybe less than what we're getting right now, or more than considering the dollar back then. And so again, I'm just asking again a simple plan or a resolution to help. The other thing down the road, which I found is very important, and I'm hoping to sit with the council and also the president, is to draw out some of these memorandum of understandings and how do we tackle the double dual taxation. Something I think we would need to clarify or at least try to find some solution with all the counties that are on Navajo. And so again, just working with our federal partners, our congressional people, we're going to hopefully try to get established so that we can certainly work together, because on our road department side of it, we've had an existing memorandum of understanding for many, many years, which is coming up for renewal shortly. Every 10 years, this is the foundation of the memorandum of understanding for us to be maintaining roads here in Apache County on Navajo. And so again, I do appreciate the time, the questions. And so I just wanted to, again, just appreciate sitting here, listening to the debate. I'm on the other side of the fence. On this other side of the fence, it is a lot quicker on how agendas are moved and discussions. And so again, I do miss being a part of council. But today, if we can bring some solutions, and I would really appreciate the support from other members of the council to support this. I guess in a way, in the trade-off, if you look at it too, is all the investment dollars that we've been providing services here in Apache County, on average about 2 million with jobs and the operations, fuel costs and everything for our heavy equipment. That's what we've been providing. And so again, helping one another through ways of our Navajo people, I think that's the ultimate goal here. At the end of the day, it lies with their public service to them. So again, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time, and colleagues and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, thank you too as well, Chairman Shepherd, for being here with us too as well in that presentation. That, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Are there any other further comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Going 3 times. No more comments, questions. Thank you very much. I know that Honorable James, I know that you had some colleagues talking with you yesterday too as well. So I know that there might have been questions that were taken or arose from there. But if there's no more further comments, questions on legislation 0023-21, that will conclude, and that meets the requirements of having a work session on this legislation. So we can move that legislation back to the floor. Honorable Vince James, and meets those requirements. So thank you very much from everyone there at the Apache County, and thank you very much Supervisor Shepherd, and to all our brothers and sisters out there that are working. It doesn't, again, it doesn't matter what flag you're under. we're all here working and supporting the Navajo people. So yeah, for being here with us too as well. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on down.
I can't hold. This is Delegate James. Thank you.
I don't have anybody else on the line. Is there any announcements at this time before we go on a close of work session? Tomorrow is what are we doing? Housing, right? If there's no announcements tomorrow, colleagues, at 10 a.m. Is it 10? Yeah. 10 or is it 10 a.m., right? 10 a.m. we start off with the veterans housing, and then veterans bring their plan before us, the Division of Community Development. Then Mr. Dwayne Osetta will be here in the afternoon with Navajo Housing Authority. If you remember, colleagues, you did have numerous questions for all three parties, and they're going to be back here to present an updated plan tomorrow. So tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we'll see everyone here. So with that, time now is it 2:48? 2:48. Colleagues, we'll go ahead and officially adjourn at this time. So thank you, everyone. Yeah, have a good day. Have a great afternoon. And it's a wonderful day here in Window Rock, Arizona. And I'm sure it's a wonderful day across the nation. So be pleasant, be merry, and we'll see everyone at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yeah. Go on it.
Thank you, Speaker.
Oh.
I'll go on that.
Go on,